Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down.
What it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. And as you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Happy Monday, folks. Happy Monday. It's our favorite day of the week. Good to see you guys, man. Big welcomes, guys. Big welcomes. Wow. It's been some interesting new developments, new details trending, along with some rumors to go with the Nancy Guthrie case, and as well as the Nolan Wells case. Tonight I decided to kind of cover both. And of course, you know, the one and only one that we've been covering the most is Nancy Guthrie's case. And we'll start with that one tonight, of course, and then make our way into the Nolan Wells case. Man, where do we start? First of all, big welcome to you guys. I appreciate those of you guys chiming in. Good to see you guys here in the chat. I think we shall start it off with a decent prayer here before we really dive into things, of course. Let me refresh my screen here too. I think I'm having a little bit of some trouble here. No, I think we're solid. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. No, we're not. We're buffering. Okay, no, we're good. All right, I thought we were buffering for a second there, but I think we're good. I think we're locked in. I think we're ready think we're ready to go here. Big welcomes, those of you guys tuning in. How you doing, Lee? Welcome, Kim Wells. Welcome, Jim. Angela, big welcomes. Matt, good to see you, Angie. Tell Dad I said hello. Cowgirl, big welcomes. Gene, good seeing you, Gene. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Sean Block, welcome. Freckles, welcome. April, welcome in, guys. Good to see you guys all chiming in here tonight. Big welcomes, folks. Big welcomes. Let me just type something up real quick. Hold on, folks. Sorry, I meant to start a goal. I've been trying this new goal thing that they have up here. Anyways, man, I don't even know where we start. I mean, there's been some interesting things going on with the Nancy Guthrie case here, as well as the Nolan Wells case. Today makes 184 days since Nancy Guthrie's gone missing. To be honest, the same thing that the investigators have reported, matches what I've pretty much been saying, at least to me. I mean, the fact that they don't have nothing is where we've been standing for quite some time. I'd say pretty much since day one. And that's pretty much what I reported recently. It's been reported by Brian Ensign that the task force isn't no closer than they have been, folks. So they don't have a suspect, and there's no specific direction they are going. As of right now, they wasted time in the beginning because, they were confused as whether or not, she wandered off or not. I mean, to be quite honest, I think Sheriff Nanos could take a lot of the blame for that, as far as time goes, when it comes to that, when it comes to time being wasted. Whether or not she wandered off was the mix up and the confusion that took place in the beginning. Or they pretty much simply did it to buy time. That's how I felt in the beginning of time. And Brian Ensign reported some of this as well. Reporters, live streamers, walked all over the property in the beginning. Is another thing Brian Ensign had just recently reported, which made things a little bit more difficult as well. And what I'm hearing based on new reports is that they minimize the blood, guys. So they didn't, they knew the blood was there, but they pretty much overlooked it for the time being, which is, I'm not surprised. I mean, and to be quite honest, we really discovered this when we watched Brianna, the girl who was one of the few who received the ransom letters, was the first to report this. Not only was she the first to release those ransom letters, she was one of the first to say that they knew that the blood was there. They discounted the blood from the beginning. And remember, that's what I was trying to show you guys. I kept saying, let's watch this video so I could show you guys that, what she was talking about, because she kept talking about the sheriff. The sheriff, the sheriff, the sheriff. She was saying also that the sheriff, remember, she had told Brianna that it was late to go get some rest, and the way she put it was like vague. It was like it was just really weird, it was really odd, and she was almost hinting that there was just something that wasn't right. Something was off, and Brianna sensed it. And I was trying to play that the other night, although we already watched it. We had watched it the other day, and I was trying to tell everybody that that's what she was saying.
So I was monitoring it literally from my couch. Oh my God. Yeah. So there's just a lot going on. We get to the news station the next day, and it's off. Like, there's something off.
The vibes in the station or
vibes with the investigation. The sheriff had come out really late at night. There was this impromptu press conference outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. It was late. It was on cell phones. They had streamed it. You could barely hear it. It was just odd. It was almost very haphazard. And that's odd for something like that.
Trying to get ahead of something.
I think so. And so, we start looking into this more. And at this point, they're like, this is...
See how she mentions they're trying to get ahead of something, which is weird. Why would they even be saying that? Why would they even take notice or acknowledge that?
Odd. It was almost very haphazard. And that's odd for something like that. Really late at night. There was this and it's off. Like there's something off.
The vibes in the station or
vibes with the investigation. The sheriff had come out really late at night. There was this like impromptu press conference outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. It was late. It was on cell phones. They had streamed it. You could barely hear it. Like, it was just odd. It was almost like very haphazard. And that's odd for something like that.
Trying to get ahead of something.
I think so. And so, you know, we start looking into this more. And at this point, they're like, this is an investigation. We still don't have a lot of details. And then we learn that there might be evidence that she was taken. That's where the investigation really changed in terms of this isn't just wandering off. There's something more here.
Yeah.
Then we learned that Savannah had come back from New York. Obviously, she hosts the Today Show. And just knowing what was going on now, this is weird. So we started looking more into the coverage. And at this point now, they confirmed that she was taken from her home in the early morning hours of February 1st. That becomes important in the timeline to kind of keep in mind. The scene is odd. I got there the second day. And
like actually to her house?
To her house, yes. And just to orient people too, this isn't like a super suburban neighborhood where the houses are close together, they're close to the street. Tucson is very vast, it's very desert, and this is the Catalina foothills area. So these homes are older, they're set back further in the lots, there's a lot of desert brush, there's a lot of cacti.
Yeah.
So when it's dark in that neighborhood, it is dark. There's no street lights. And if you have cameras on your home, they may not be able to see what's on the street, just not only because it's pitch black, but also because they're far away from where the street is.
Yeah.
So knowing that she was possibly taken in the middle of the night, it was like, okay, that could be something you could get away with in this neighborhood. But weird factor number one when we got out there was the fact that you could walk up to the scene. And I remember thinking this was odd. The Pima County
could walk up to the scene.
I literally mean the sheriff's department gave us the okay at that time to walk up to the driveway and look at the front door. And that became a key in the investigation because there were drops of blood on the front porch and you could very much see what it was. And all of a sudden, us reporters who were out there are like, oh, okay, something's off here. And not just that.
Did they not see the blood?
They did. They did. But at that point, the Pima County Sheriff's Department said, we're investigating, we've collected all the evidence, the scene is secure. So it's clear. I said, just don't go into the back.
Secure or released? Like they've released the scene?
They did release the scene.
Okay.
Right, yes. So there was...
So odd. And she's the one she's had a lot of this information just kind of just beneath her, just, you know, and she didn't really say much of this until, you know, she really put this stuff out there as far as the ransom letters go. And I said this in the beginning of time. I said that they put this out. They let people walk all over they let people walk all over that yard and to contaminate that yard intentionally. I think that was intentional. I've always thought that from day one, to contaminate the scene even more, to make it more difficult for investigators to, figure out, DNA, the DNA side of things. And, somebody's behind this. I don't know if it's the sheriff, but it just almost seems like it to me. And I'll forever say that until this thing comes to an end. But I just truly think it was intentional. But with that being said, let's go ahead and say a quick prayer here for Nancy, Nolan, Wells, for those, missing out there. I want to start off with a quick prayer here, and then we'll just continue where we left off here. I just wanted to chime in on a few thoughts before I kind of got going here. But feel free to join me if you guys would like for prayer here, for those that enjoy the prayer here. Dear Heavenly Father, I just wanted to take the time to just remind you of how grateful I am to just be here on stream tonight, be able to express my thoughts, as well as take the time to listen and give others the opportunity to express their thoughts amongst these, tragic losses, and for all the missing folks out there and people that are going through something in life itself. I just want to wish them well and remind them and remind you to keep them in my thoughts, and just continue to keep praying for all of those that are suffering through something and just trying to get somewhere in life itself. Father, just continue to watch over all of our family and friends in the Guthrie family, and continue to keep us safe, and as always, just keep us headed in the right directions and continuing to look forward to positive things and positive outcomes in our lives. In dear Jesus' name, amen. Amen. And then with that being said, of course, we're going to take a brief moment of silence, as always, as I like to do. Justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nancy Guthrie. These are the two cases that we're covering tonight, and we won't stop until that justice is served. In other words, we don't know that there will be any justice at all when it comes to Nolan. However, we just hope that in both regards, we get to the bottom of both of the two. And I'll continue to push for that until I can't push no more. No stop at my heart, folks. So word on the streets is the sheriff department has went back out there, or, you know, they've got a new set of eyes in the Nancy Guthrie neighborhood. I've yet to make that out to be true, but that's the word on the streets. The word is Bob Krager, I believe, was one of the few who mentioned the fact that I believe that there was some type of new set of eyes that have gone out there to kind of reevaluate things, reexamine things, because they're at a point where they just don't have anything. As Sheriff Nanos did report in recent times, just the other day, we all saw it, that this case is far from cold. You know, Bob Krager reported that, you know, he tends to believe that those ransom notes are real. He also thinks that there is more than one person that's involved in this. But as far as I know, as far as I've heard, according to sources, investigators have been actively, you know, re-examining the evidence from the home as recently as July 28th and August 1st. So from that time on to now. As for the hair sample, you know, from the home, that was fully tested. According to sources, investigators completed the forensic testing on a hair that was recovered inside Nancy's home. And then the hair was done just recently, and unfortunately, we got nothing from that. I think it was, you know, due to the testing that already took place in Florida, you know, that could have, you know, altered them to, you know, it could have been effective in a bad way as far as them being able to get the results to that DNA, you know, that was supposed to come up in that hair. Well, we had hopes, but there was no guarantees that we were going to get any DNA when it came to that hair. So, but we do know the investigators are still working for evidence, you know, as far as DNA from the home. But I think it could have made it definitely difficult for them to get that hair tested because, you know, from what I heard, you know, once it's tested so many times, it could make it difficult to get any DNA off of it at all. I did hear that Donald Trump has also publicly criticized the, you know, Sheriff Nanos for the handling of the investigation, which is quite crazy. But, you know, no evidence he's applied direct or political pressure on Nanos, I guess. But Trump said some people haven't liked the way that sheriffs runs, you know, how he's handled this case for the most part. He repeated that the local community hasn't liked the way Nanos is running the case, while still saying he wants to give them the benefit of the doubt. So I think that's him implementing the fact that he doesn't like it either, but he's going to say, you know, he's going to refer to people, but really he's talking about himself. But given that he's given him the benefit of the doubt, he's trying to be fair, and maybe give Nanos an opportunity to turn things around. Although I think it's just far too late for that. But as far as the coverage, according to Trump, that went viral with some, you know, with some of them as you know, some people seeing that Trump is fed up. he's fed up with this, with the whole nanos thing. But anyway, I mean, that's the public reaction. It's not really like official pressure. But the FBI is involved. They've went to the extent that as far as they can probably go, because obviously Sheriff Nanos is still in charge, so he can't, they can't really take over and this thing be completely in their hands. I mean, at the end of the day, Sheriff Nanos is still driving this train, although we know who really is really making the chains move. But they really haven't made anything move since we got that surveillance video or the ring camera footage. So, I don't know where we really go from here. But as far as I know, Trump hasn't really forced any change or pushed any direction when it comes to nanos, which I very much so think that would be needed. Although I don't know how effective that would be. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. But I did go by the neighborhood. We went to Nancy's neighborhood today just to see if anybody was out there, see if there was any activity or any police activity. Didn't see anything. I know reports say that they were there. Just not, I guess, sometime throughout this week. But as far as I know, for me, I haven't seen anything, but I'll show a quick clip here. I rode through the neighborhood to see if there was anybody out there.
No one out here.
I'll show you guys a quick video real quick here. I took a little video, so we'll chime in on it and I'll show you guys so you guys could have a look.
They said the sheriff or Bob came back out here.
Don't even need the audio.
Or somebody came back.
But apparently they went out, they were out there, they've been out there. The funny part about this is when I was coming in the neighborhood, the gym lady passed by and then she turned around, came back again, and then later on I caught up to her. I looked at her, kind of stared her down a little bit, and then she was hesitant, but she started to roll the window down, and she kind of stopped herself, but she put her hands up and kind of lipped. What are you looking at? Anyway, I was hoping and praying that she rolled her window down and she was gonna say something. I was looking at these signs. Remember these signs where originally they were like paper, they were on like a poster board type thing, and I think Juanita was one of the where's Juanita been, by the way, man? Shout out to Juanita, man. We miss you. Haven't seen her in a little bit. Hopefully everything's all good with Juanita. But apparently these signs weren't like this. Remember, we were making a big fuss about the signs, Juanita being like one of the first to point out the fact that these signs were fake, and I think Criminal Network as well. And he's the one who said it. He said that they're not metal. This is not real. I mean, these guys had like a paper on like a board, kind of like a board that's meant to put paper on it. Kind of hard to explain. I don't know exactly what it's called. But it seems it's crazy because it seems like they made that adjustment once that complaint went through. So I don't know how far it went to the point where it provoked them to change this. However, now the signs are real metal. There's a beginning, and it starts pretty much at Miraval. It goes all the way through Escalante. And then there's an ending on the, when you're coming in and out of this specific part, there's an ending. So this is the beginning and the ending of the actual, no parking thing, which I thought was a little bit odd, but I guess this is the closest they could get to pretty much keeping people out of the neighborhood or from parking. Rather than being, because they couldn't really, technically, I don't think they could really shut the whole block down. I mean, I guess they could do anything with Sheriff Nanos because he does what he wants and he pretty much gets away with it seems like. But I thought that was interesting because now they're metal, and there was a big complaint of the signs not being legitimate, no parking signs. And I think we all knew after time that those signs were put up because of they were put up through the neighborhood, through the CFA, the Catalina Foothills Association, and also it's not really common where you see a no parking sign with the QR code. Most things that you see like that are like to pay for something. It's not really necessarily to pull up any information when it comes to rules. Like, at least I'm not used to seeing that. But I mean, it's possible, I guess. But I've never honestly myself seen a sign that wasn't a real sign, be paper rather than it being metal. So I thought that was interesting. But we went by. I didn't see anything at all whatsoever. But you never know. We'll keep an eye out. Maybe those guys are really, really out there. I mean, I believe that there should be. It should have been a new set of eyes out there at Nancy's a long time ago, to be quite honest. Nothing there, though. Nothing at all. Quiet. Dead. It just does not the same without that memorial site either. It's almost bothering without seeing that memorial site there. So crazy. There's a beginning and then the end as soon as you walk in there, or as soon as you drive in. This is where it starts, and then on your way out where you go in is the end. So weird. But obviously they can't shut the entire neighborhood down, or in a sense of they can't make the entire neighborhood based on one home, because they'd probably get complaints, as they probably already have. But, I guess, it would be kind of foolish anyways to shed or, put up no parking signs amongst the neighborhood revolving around one home. So basically they've blocked off, or they've prevented parking from every entry point of Nancy's neighborhood, or of Nancy's street, excuse me. And that's it. So anywhere in, anywhere out, there's pretty much no parking. And also the next street over, and every single no outlet in Nancy's, well, not in the neighborhood, but I don't know why I keep saying that, just around her house. So the street outside of it, which is the next street over, and then every street that is a no outlet street that surrounds her street. So, I mean, that's crazy. And how long do they do this before they finally remove it? It's almost like the neighborhood senses something breaking at that house. And people ask, why are you here? Why are you here? Obviously, the neighborhood assumes that something's going to happen. It's not simply just to keep people from parking there. They know people are going to come back. They know something's probably going to pop off in that neighborhood. I made a comment today on X, and I said, if sheriff go back out there, I will go back out there. No questions at all. Definitely. I don't have any court orders or conditions to say that I can't go back out there. Not only that, the sheriff is also skating on thin ice right now, so I would highly doubt that he is going to, want to apply more pressure to the situation that he has in his hands right now. He's technically, to me, on probation. They're watching him right now. They're keeping a close eye on Sheriff Nanos right now. So I would highly doubt he would push the envelope right now, for sure. But I'm going right back out there, no questions asked. If if there's something that pops off there, I'm there for sure. And I guarantee you, I'm not going to jail for it. I mean, people will say, I've been seeing a lot of comments. Oh, don't go back out there, Jews. I don't trust it. They're racist. I'm pretty sure they'll be worried about everything else but me. But Sheriff Nanos, he'd probably be the only one worried about me out there besides everyone else out there. don't forget he's got his little minions out there, so I do got to watch out for them at the same time, right? But I'm not going to let them just bully me and walk all over me and tell me I can't be out there if I haven't even done anything wrong. Not going to let that happen, but I just don't find a reason to go out there right now. So until otherwise, you know, I definitely won't be going back, but passing through, peeping the scene, I'll keep it at that. And as I've said before, I might, you know, go out and, you know, like do some little reports here and there, you know, if need be. But for the most part, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. We won't be out there. So chances are very slim to none that I'll be back out at Nancy's house. So it's all good. Yeah, so they're on the roadway. Yeah, they're definitely on the roadway as far as the no parking signs go. And they're actually little metal signs that were placed out there. It's like you question whether or not they're even legitimate. Like, are they even legitimate still? Are we buffering? I hope we're not buffering. Everything seems smooth so far. I'll keep an eye out. I think we're smooth. Somebody said we're buffering in the chat. Hey, Folgers, good to see you in the chat, by the way. I just seen that pop up on the screen. I'm trying to make sure we're not buffering right now. Sorry about that. I'm not looking at the chat as of yet. I was, but I'm not anymore because I'm trying to see if we're good. I think we're smooth. I think somebody's just messing with me. So we were buffering? Oh, man, we don't need that tonight. We do not need that. I hope not, guys. We'll just keep it moving here, though. I'll keep an eye out. So, anyways, Brian, it's like so he's been out here. He's been out. I don't know if he's still here. However, he was just out here recently. He got together with a couple people today, and they were able to kind of dissect these notes that were being written. And I kind of like what they had to say. Cowgirl says you should have a kind heart. I try to have a kind heart. I hope we're good, guys. I don't want to be buffering. Nah, I think we're good. I think they're just messing with me. Anyway, I want to chime in on this video just real quick here because Bob Sager came out and he had some pretty interesting things to say, which kind of follows up on what I was just saying about him. So I just want to play this quick clip from Bob Sager real quick here.
And ask you about these notes and why you think that they were released now. Obviously, they could have been released sooner. Do you think that they were waiting for the 6-month mark? We know that investigators are hoping someone will read the words in the context and say, hey, that sounds like somebody I know. That's how they speak. That's how they write. But why did they release them now, Bob?
Well, first off, thank you for having me. And as far as the timing goes, I would imagine the 6 months does have a little bit to do with it. At this point, the detectives, the investigators are doing all they can, and they're just trying to relight some fires. I absolutely agree that somebody knows who did this, who that person on the doorbell camera is, and it's just a matter of them speaking with someone and them coming forward. So it's just trying to rekindle that smoke and get a little fire out of it from the investigative standpoint. And I think the timing at 6 months, this is a long time, and they're hoping that it's going to do that.
Bob, do you believe that these notes are real?
I do. I think those first few that came in, those first few days, from what I heard very early on, I heard about this exact verbiage within a day or so of these notes coming out. And I do. I think there's some details in there that leads the investigators to believe that, yeah, those were legitimate. Ones later on, a lot of those that may have went to other media outlets may have been hoaxes. But again, we don't. Nobody knows that. So
Right.
the investigators have to treat them all as real and do their due diligence on following up on each and every one of the notes that they get.
Yeah, I know that you're a retired lieutenant in this very county with this department that is doing the investigation. So I've got to ask you about your time with them and what you are hearing on the ground. You're there. You worked in this department. What do you think about the investigation, where we are right now? And obviously we know, look, we can't be told everything, right? There has to be stuff that's kept close to the vest, and that apparently is happening. But we heard the sheriff, Chris Nanos, assuring the public this case is not cold. Kind of feels like it is, but 6 months doesn't necessarily mean a cold case. What are you hearing on the ground from the people that you used to work with that may also be retired that are able to talk about this?
I'm hearing that they're working. The task forces together with the FBI and the Sheriff's Department investigators. They're working at every.
You know how long we've been hearing that they're working, that they're working, that they're working? We've been hearing that over and over again. We want to finally hear that they're moving forward. Not that they're working. We know that they're working. We want to hear that the sheriff and the FBI are moving forward. Not idle. No, moving forward. When are we going to hear that?
Single day. They're doing what they can with the information that they have. They're getting some new eyes on it. I know that investigators were back out in the neighborhood just in the last few days going through.
So according to Bob, you heard it. You heard it there. He said that the investigators were back out in the neighborhood. They were back.
They can with the information that they have. They're getting some new eyes on it. I know that investigators were back out in the neighborhood just in the last few days going through areas around Nancy's house, just looking for new things. And that being said, like Sheriff Nanos said, I know that there were so many tips that came in. Those all have to be followed up on. Thousands and thousands of tips, pieces of evidence. So I agree. I think this case is a long way from cold. And I know the frustration that the public feels because it's 6 months in, but that's just the nature of law enforcement sometimes. They can't create evidence. They can't make things up. They can only work with what they have. So patience is very important. I know people want answers right now, but unfortunately, in a case like this, it may not come for a week or a month or a couple of years from now.
Right.
But they're going to keep working it.
I mean, that is just heartbreaking to think about. But and when we think about that surveillance footage that we saw from the doorbell camera, I mean, thank God we had that. I mean, imagine if we didn't even have that. So when we take a look at, the bad guy, we haven't heard from if these notes did in fact come from the bad guy or somebody that knows him. There's been no further communication. I mean, what does that tell us? I mean, Savannah is begging for anybody to come forward who might recognize, the syntax. And we heard, one of the notes said we, the other one said I or me. So it's very interesting to now look at it on black and white, the pages of these notes, to look at them. What stood out to you? You said that you've heard some of that language before, but when you saw it for the first time when it was released from the sheriff just yesterday, what went through your mind reading it line by line?
Just that I do think that it was a planned event. I don't think that the suspects, because I do think there were multiple suspects,
Do you
anticipated.
really?
Pardon me?
You think that there's more than one?
Absolutely.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Is my mic off again? My
Yep,
God.
it's off.
My God. Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate you.
It's been off since the video.
Jesus Christ. I think my
Okay.
girlfriend's calling me too. I
Bye.
keep doing this, man. I'm just gonna quit streaming,
Yes,
guys. I quit.
Angie.
I quit.
Angie
I'm
and
done. This is my
Dad.
last day. I'm done. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm done, man. All right, guys. Bye. I'm gonna end the stream
you're
right now.
All right, bye.
All right, thanks, Angie.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, I don't know what would lead the investigators back to the neighborhood. Like, what would really lead them back to the neighborhood? Why? I don't know if people, could they go back? I mean, the FBI has shown that they are capable of a lot. Could they go back far enough on some of these neighbors' footage? To what? It's been 184 days. Can they go back that far? I guess it would depend on the type of cameras that they have to be able to go back. As far as their cameras go, maybe their cloud, maybe some of these people's clouds are able to go back that far. Maybe they're able to go back within their clouds to retrieve certain data from February 1st. I have no idea. I'm lost in the sauce. I'm just as lost as everybody else is. The fact that I'm hearing that there's a possibility that there's a new set of eyes, it kind of makes me a little bit, I guess, more happy. I mean, it doesn't really give me more hope. I mean, the only hope, I would have more hope, I guess, if Sheriff Nanos is out of office. I mean, that would make everybody feel a whole lot better. It may even make us feel like things are finally starting to move forward, because I feel like I just feel like Sheriff Nanos is standing in the way of a lot when it comes to moving the chains in this investigation. I do. And, as we saw, Chris pointed out a lot of things, particularly the one thing that he's pointed out that hasn't really left my mind is the fact that where Annie used to work, how they pretty much moved people out of that park. I mean, we won't even say that. He's eliminated opportunities for us to go dig up more information. To sum up, one of the things that he pointed out that just I can't get over. I mean, it just helps me land my plane even more when it comes to Sheriff Nanos, because I just feel like he is literally standing in the way. And as you saw, I showed the interview when Brianna sat down and she literally didn't want to say it. But I mean, how long are you going to wait before you start coming out and really she really didn't have to. I mean, her tone and, how she said it was pretty much enough. I mean, she was saying that Sheriff Nanos something's odd, something's off. And she sensed this from day one. So it's not a secret anymore. We know that Sheriff Nanos is, I'm not going to say he has something to do with it, but we know that there's something off. All right, we'll just keep it at that. But personally, you guys know me and my thoughts and my opinion, when it comes to Sheriff Nanos. I mean, I just don't know why people continuously look past that and say that it's just his ego. It is more than that, folks. It has to be. It has to be. This is just crazy. This is crazy. I'm just losing my mind. I'm losing my mind when it comes to Mr. Nona. Anywho, I wanted to dive in one more quick video here. Somebody sent me a video. I could not find it. I was looking for the video. I could not determine whether or not it was old or it was new, because I've never seen this video with Harvey. We had a girl call just last night. She was saying that there was a Bitcoin account where somebody put $6 million in that Bitcoin account, and she was questioning whether or not it was Savannah. I've still yet to be able to find this video, but somebody sent me a clip of it. If you guys know where this actual video is at, I'm going to play it real quick here. Let me know. I'd love to pull it up. I'd love to see, when it was. It seems like it's an old video. I can't call it. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. I think she sent it to me on, I think it was Facebook. where she sent that video, and I think it was actually on I think it was on X. Let me see if this is it here. Yeah, so I think this is it. Let's pull this up real quick. Let me know if this video is old, guys. I had to play this tonight because I really need to know, because I could not find it. It was bothering me. If it'll load. Let me see if it'll even load. Are we lagging out? My internet is not my friend tonight.
Describe what you got about 90 minutes ago.
Okay, here's the video here.
So an hour and a half ago, we got kind of a bizarre letter.
I think it's old, but I'm not sure. But this is what the girl was talking about last night.
An email from somebody who says they know who the kidnapper is, and that they have tried reaching Savannah's sister Annie and Savannah's brother to no avail. And they said they want 1 Bitcoin sent to a Bitcoin address that we have confirmed is active. It's a real Bitcoin address. As they put it, time is more than relevant. So we have no idea whether this is real or not, but they are making a demand. It's interesting that, you know, Bitcoins fluctuate in value, but it's around $56,000 now, 1 Bitcoin, which is about the amount that the authorities are offering for information leading to the return of Nancy. So I don't know if that aligns, but whoever sent this, and they actually give a name and an email address, but whoever sent this is asking for around that amount via Bitcoin for information that they say leads directly to the person.
Let's
Why did that cut off already? So anyway, that's what she mentioned that the other day. I don't know why it's not, I thought it was more than that to the video. Why did it just quit? What in the what? All right, so I think we lost. What in the what? All right, so I think we lost connection. I think we're back. I don't know how we lost connection. That is crazy. What are we connected to? Okay, we're still connected to the internet. All right,
I believe
let me
you were
reset
the
this real
one who
quick.
said, whoever wrote that letter, I don't think you used the word meticulous, but I'll use that word, suggesting that the grammar was right. The letter was very specific about the requests and the demands. Does this letter have the same form that you saw the first time around?
No, and I don't think this person is purporting to be that person.
Okay.
This person is purporting to be someone who
What's going on with our
probably
internet tonight?
wrote that first letter. If the FBI's operating theory is right, that they are going on the assumption that the person who wrote this note took Nancy. And so they're not saying they're the
we're really
kidnappers.
lagging
They're
today.
saying they know who the kidnapper is and will give that information up for 1 Bitcoin.
Okay.
And again, we look at this address. It's a pretty bold thing that the address is real.
Okay, there were 2 other Arizona affiliates in Tucson, KGUN9 and another one. Did they also receive this same note? Or do you?
I don't know. We haven't talked to them.
All right, now, Harvey,
we have sent, we just, you know, Bill, we've sent this on to the FBI already.
Okay, confirmed on that. I watched your interview last night with Sean. You were very careful as to what you
Saying
said, and I
they're the
respect
kidnappers.
that,
They saying they
the
know.
contact that you have with authorities. There was, late last night, there was a Bitcoin address that had $6 million deposited in it. I don't know if that's real or a ruse, but I'm sure you know of it. When you looked at that address, did it match what you saw in letter number 1 from several days ago?
I am not comfortable commenting on this.
See, I thought it was real. Harvey didn't want to comment on this part, but I think he pretty hopefully we're smooth here. So we'll just keep that where it's at for now. I don't know if this is going to be more sufficient or not, because the hotspot is not strong as the actual Wi-Fi itself. I got to get an Ethernet cord, but I don't think that's going to make any. I don't think that's going to help much more than this. But y'all let me know when we're back and clear. I'm going to just run this back, not all the way, but I'll reset the video. We'll try to run it back through here. And hopefully we're successfully smooth for right now. And then I'm going to run real quick to reset my Wi-Fi, and hopefully that helps. But I think we're all locked in for right now. Thanks for being patient, guys. Thanks for staying. What I might need to do, guys, I might need to just restart my my Wi-Fi, unfortunately, guys. So we might have to wait a brief moment here. We may end up having to go reset the Wi-Fi real quick, so I might have to have you guys bear with me for a few seconds while I go reset the Wi-Fi here. I don't know if that's going to make any changes to what's happening right now, though. I think we're just having a bad internet day. That's what it is. I just hate to continue and then it's just going to disconnect again. I hope not, but we'll just have to fight through it until we get through it. Sometimes it happens like this, and then eventually it just kind of clears up, but we're struggling like crazy right now.
Their Arizona affiliates in Tucson, KGUN9 and another one. Did they also receive this same note? Or do you?
I don't know. We haven't talked to them.
All right, now, Harvey,
we just, you know, Bill, we've sent this on to the FBI already.
Okay, confirmed on that. I watched your interview last night with Sean. You were very careful as to what you said, and I respect that and the contact that you have with authorities. Late last night, there was a Bitcoin address that had $6 million deposited in it. I don't know if that's real or a ruse, but I'm sure you know of it. When you looked at that address, did it match what you saw in letter number 1 from several days ago?
I am not comfortable commenting on this.
Okay, so then it's possible that the Bitcoin address that was requested turned out to be this particular one. And that would
I wouldn't read anything. I wouldn't read anything into this.
Okay, so the suggestion that money was paid may not necessarily be the case. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. When you watch the camera video that was sent out yesterday, does it make sense for you as to why the FBI would give you this image and that image, but they would not give us the image of the camera being ripped away? And based on some inside reporting, it's been suggested that whoever was standing in front of that door took the doorbell camera with them. It seems to me if they were familiar with that house, they would have known there was a camera there when they approached it. And this whole idea about taking these flowers and sticking over the camera lens, it seems a little foolhardy to me. And if you're right about the initial letter, that they were so careful in the way they constructed the letter itself, this wouldn't match the meticulous nature of that first individual. How do we make sense of that, Harvey?
You see it exactly the way I see it. I could not agree with you more the way you put it. That the just the thought that went into this letter doesn't match the thought of somebody coming up fully disguised, knowing that they don't want to be seen, and not even thinking, gee, people have these cameras on their door. You know, you don't have to even have cased her door or property to just make an assumption that she may well have a camera like that, and you should be ready to somehow block it. You know, have a piece of cardboard, have something to immediately.
The internet gods don't want you playing that video. Anyway, you guys, I just wanted to play that real quick. I don't know if this video is old. I think it's old, but I thought it was an interesting video because it's one I've yet to ever see. Although I've pretty much heard Harvey make comments about the notes, probably all the notes at this point. But like he was saying, when it comes to the camera, and when you see the perp walking up to the camera, it seems like he doesn't really know that the camera's there, which is super weird to me because, I mean, like the reporter was saying, why, you know, especially prior to, you know, being there, if this person cased the home, then, you know, why wouldn't he know that the camera's there? How can you name specific things that are in the house if you're this person that was there that night. And this what I think is what also kind of drives people to think that it is more than one person, because of the fact that this person writing the ransom note does not align with the person that we see on this video. You got one person writing a ransom note that is able to describe certain distinctive things in the home that Nancy not only wore, but specifically saying exactly where that Apple Watch was found. Not only that, they describe exactly, they describe, not exactly, but they say that the floodlight is damaged. And, that doesn't align with this specific person. The only thing that I would say that could possibly align is the fact that when you watch that footage of the Ring camera video, is the fact that it looks like he's coming from the back. So you could almost say, this guy came from the back of Nancy's house, but you still really can't say that because we didn't see that. Another thing is, how much longer are we going to wait before we get the other parts of the video that they do have? And why are they withholding it from us? Because I feel like the public is, been more helpful than not. So how much longer are we going to wait? Are they just going to keep this evidence until they, years and years later, until they finally get in a courtroom, if it even ever makes it that far? Or will they finally release the rest of the video footage to the public? Because I'm convinced that they do have more video footage. I'm convinced that they do, only simply because they've cut off the very first couple seconds of the video. Well, we'll say about a second to be safe. Or to be sure. But as I've said many, many times, they've cut off the part of the video where you see the perp coming from the back. So he's coming from Nancy's garage door area. So that part of the house. Why was that cut off? And why do we still not have more video footage? Another reason why I know this too is because the video cuts off at certain times, and it's almost like you can tell that they intentionally cut these parts of the video off. I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, to me, it's kind of obvious that it's been cut. So I mean, we waited 6 months to get the ransom. What's next? What's next? Now we got the ransom notes on top of them asking for help. And they're asking that if anybody say something, if they are able to notice the way it's written, any change in behavior, maybe amongst family, maybe amongst friends. They weren't specific on who. I guess it's just maybe who you're surrounded by. But I wouldn't just go reporting people for the certain behaviors that they pointed out. And again, it just makes me think that they're talking about somebody that's within the family or somebody that the family may know. I feel like they're talking to somebody within the family, but I mean, it still could lead back to somebody else's friend outside of that has nothing to do with the family, but who knows? Who knows? Hang on, folks. The ice cream man is outside. Grab me I'll take a Mexican Lucas and the Mexican ice cream. Maybe some hot Cheetos with some chamoy too. Thank you. Pay you back when you get here. I think it's a lie to scare the perps. They have no video, no DNA, nothing. Maybe it is. So you're saying maybe they staged that themselves to scare the perp, but why would they want to scare the perp? Because I feel like that's the last thing that they would want to do. I would think it would be opposite. They would want to think that they would want them to think what we're thinking now, as if they don't have anything. So maybe that person gets comfortable to kind of keep them where they're at. I don't know. I just feel like that's one of the reasons why they would love to keep, a lot of details out of the public eye. So that way they are able to, keep the target, where the target currently is. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of, but I think the last thing they would want to do is scare the perp off. because I feel like that would make it a little bit more difficult for them to find this person too. I don't see any trolls, but okay. Somebody keeps saying something about trolls in the chat. I haven't really seen many trolls in the chat either. Shouts to all the mods plugging in here. Much love. Good seeing you guys all. Good seeing you, Kimmy. Much love to you. Good seeing you, Allie. Big welcomes. Shouts to my girlfriend here today. Shouts to all the members. DJ, welcome back, by the way. I don't think I said hello to you tonight. Good seeing you as well, man. Big welcomes all. Somebody keeps calling, chat. Should we answer this call or should we wait? I wanted to share all my thoughts first before we started taking phone calls here. And also kind of just report here a couple other things before we chime into phone calls. We got plenty of time. I'm not too sure who it is that's calling back to back to back. I'm trying to figure out who this person is. Who's calling? Let me know in the chat who's calling, man. If you could wait, that'd be great. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I'll give you a call back. Trust me, I'm good for it. Let me see if this person's familiar at all. No, I'm not familiar with the number. I think we've talked before, though. I just never text that person. Good seeing you, Venus, by the way. That was Harvey talking in the background. That was a video. I was playing that video. I was trying to verify it through chat to see if anybody was able to let me know if that video was old or not. It was a video where they talked about the $6 million being donated into one of the Bitcoin accounts. However, it wasn't one of their Bitcoin accounts, and he really wouldn't say for sure. But at the end, he kind of answered the question, and he said that he wouldn't necessarily say that that was money that was donated from the family, is what I thought he was getting at. So I don't know if you guys caught that, but I could play the last middle part if you want. Stana, good seeing you. Big welcome, Stana. Hope I said that right. Bemis, you sent me an email? Nice. Why does it say it's me? Oh, okay, I got you. I don't know. Did you want me to read this, Bemis, or? Also, I mean, the fact that they've not only contaminated the scene out in front of Nancy's, the fact that they never took that doormat says a lot about, you know, somebody really trying to stir this to fly under the rug. And not only that, not to mention, I forgot to mention, 2 months prior to this case, there was another case before this, and due to the lack of investigation, this case that, and I meant to look it up because Brian Enton mentioned it, and he also mentioned the name, and I can't remember who. I think I might need to play that so we could do some research. Maybe we'll just do it tomorrow. But he was sharing the fact that there was a homicide previous to this homicide, and this one pretty much went under the rug because of the lack of investigation. And that's crazy. And I don't know if he was referring to the person that was shot. By the way, I think the person that was shot and paralyzed, I can't remember if that was before or after this. I think it was before this case. From what I saw, I don't know if it's true, but they're suing for over $100 million, which is insane. Don't quote me on it because I don't know if that was fake news, but from what I saw earlier, $100 million Pima County Sheriff is getting sued for. Olivia, thanks so much for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the team, Olivia. God bless you for becoming a member of the channel here. I don't know if Venus wants me to read that. Let me see if I can see her comment here. Venus. She said, yes, sir. She says, hi, Ju. So glad to see you when you come on and I'm awake. So I saw where the NY Times is saying that Annie and Tommaso and their son are living in Vermont. Apparently, Annie has a teaching job. Wow. Teaching what I don't know. She says maybe some scorched earth buried with nature poems, type teaching. She says another note is they had investigators going door to door out at Nancy's. Wonder what that's about after 6 months. Anyway, just wanted to touch base with you. Hope you and your family are doing good. God bless. Much love, Venus. Thanks for the insight. That's funny you say that, Venus, because I said that the other day that either they are here in Tucson. If they're not living in somebody's apartment, they are living in Vermont. And I kept saying that. I don't know if you guys remember, but I kept saying that. It's either one or the other. I don't think that they're in Italy. But if that's true, that's crazy. New York Times? No way. Insane. I wish you would have sent me a link on that. That would have been awesome. States that there's no official report that they are living out there in Vermont, though. So I don't know if it's true or not, or if somebody was trying to make up some fake news, but interesting. And I could look it up here too. Let's see. Just real quick, we'll look it up while we're live here. That'd be interesting if they are. I guess yeah, nothing verified. I think New York Times would have been one of the few that would have came up, though. Man, shoot me a link though. If you could find the link, I'd be more than happy to share it too. I mean, you never know. My pilot here, or co-pilot, it might not. It doesn't know everything. So I mean, it just might not be pulling it up. Crazy. That would be insane. If that's true, at least they'll get some peace and privacy. Not to be rude, but to be quite honest, I'm going to have to respectfully reject on that, or object, because I don't really think that they deserve peace and privacy fully, okay? They have a mom that's missing out there. I don't think a missing mother comes with peace and privacy, okay? There's an extent to that. Okay, in a sense of not being harassed and, people not accusing them. Okay, I could agree to that extent. But peace and privacy when it comes to, looking for their mother, that won't rest amongst the community. And for those that believe that they are involved, these people won't stop accusing. They won't stop saying that either. And for those that aren't sure, they won't stop speculating that. And unfortunately, I can't help that. But I'm just saying, it doesn't, I mean, they're not going to get peace and quiet time when it's something going on like this. Do they deserve it? Yeah, to a certain extent. Do they owe us anything? Do they owe us an explanation? No, not necessarily. But I mean, they could definitely speak out. They could definitely express to the world that they really want to find their mom. Somebody brought to my attention the other day that Savannah may be speaking for her siblings because of the fact that they don't want any of their stories to contradict one another's. And I thought that was a pretty good point. Although I'm not going to say that that's what's going on because we don't know. But I thought that was interesting. I still think that somebody is writing for Savannah. I just think personally, when somebody writes something and puts something out there, A lot of us have a tendency to try not to repeat ourselves. The fact that some of the words that Savannah's using have been repeated a numerous amount of times. So, I mean, I don't really see Savannah making those posts herself. I think that it's all maybe not necessarily scripted, but she could definitely be getting somebody to, you know, read between the lines or just kind of read it before moving forward, I guess. Which is definitely possible, but I don't know. I can't call it. The people need answers. I don't care where they are, to be honest, but they should be showing their faces and fighting against the accusation. Yeah. And also, you know, the fact that Savannah said that she's not going to hide her face, she shouldn't. She shouldn't. You losing your mom should never, you know, you shouldn't need to hide your face. And not only that, if you're innocent, you know, you should fight for your mom, period. I'm going to fight for my mom regardless. And I'm not going to put that on anybody else because of what I would do and expect them to do it. However, in a situation like this, I think fighting for your mom is important. I think it's very important. You know, it just seems like they're just accepting the situation for what it is. And they're trying to not only get through the rough time, but they're just trying to just simply let it go. But just like somebody on the run, or like I said, somebody, you know, who has police sitting outside and they robbed a bank, people aren't going to go away. People don't just go away in time. It's not going to happen. Until this case is solved, people aren't going anywhere. They're not going to go anywhere. So, I mean, what good is it going to do? It's not doing them any deed to sit there and not say anything. We want to hear their thoughts. We want to know that they're fighting. We want to believe them too. Help us believe you. Help the world believe you guys really want to find your mom. Help the world believe that you guys are not primary suspects. Period. I personally still don't have my you know, I still don't have my dot on anybody yet. You know, permanently. I go back and forth in between people that I think are probable suspects. Annie and Tommaso, I got to be honest, are one of the few that I speculate on. However, I don't know who, you know, is the primary suspect, and I would never say that they are, but I definitely question it for sure, and I'm not gonna lie about that. And I think a lot of people do. Some people are sure. Some people are like, you know what, they're not. I don't think that they're primary suspects. Anyways, I wanted to talk a little bit about Mr. Nolan Wells. There's been a lot of things heating up in the Nolan Wells case, and it gets fairly interesting. I did want to talk a little bit about what Brian Enton posted today. So I guess I want to share a little bit of that just real quick before we chime into a little bit of Nolan Wells here. So let's play this real quick, because Nolan Wells, there's a lot going on with the Nolan Wells case. There's a lot of things that people are going to probably find themselves upset about. And one being is that audio. But just real quick, I wanted to play this with Brian Enton. I was going to skip it because we were having trouble with the internet, but so far we're smooth, so fingers crossed. He had somebody on the show who was kind of trying to dissect certain things that we don't think about and see that may have been written in those ransom notes that we've been kind of observing this past week. So I'm not going to read it all. I'm not going to listen to it all. So I'll skip through a few parts that I think are interesting. Here's what they had to say here.
Wife, besides a great forensic linguist, we met at Georgetown years ago, and I know we'll hear more from her later. But Yeah, and Brian, not only was I suggesting about the pre-offense, post-offense behavior to use, the jargon of the profiling trade, but I also said over the last month on multiple media hits, including I think yours the last time we talked, that the 6-month anniversary opens up a lot of doors. It's if not psychological, it's just sort of a calendar, sort of benchmark time frame that if you really haven't gone anywhere in the case, it's time to perhaps release some more information. I did two hits on Friday morning, one on Friday morning, one Friday afternoon, and about 2 hours after the second hit, these documents come out, these two emails. So I'm not going to get into too little too late. Look, in the Unabomb case, we debated whether we should publish the manifesto or not, and that was a big debate. I was one of the first one. We may have discussed this from the movie 12 Angry Men. First one, I think we should publish this thing and get it out there. Someone's going to recognize the writing. So I had a lot of pushback at first, but finally it was all agreed upon. Then it took a few months, and we finally published it on September 19th of that year. There's been a few other cases like that. So sometimes there are tactical reasons for holding information back, but they did it exactly right. They put it looks like the two emails, I'm calling them Q1 and Q2. We can get into that in a little bit, but they didn't just transcribe them and perhaps lose something with a punctuation or even spacing after a period, formatting. So they redacted the sender's address, which is fine. And they redacted one last line, which is probably the Bitcoin address. And that's fine too. This way, if this
why are some people in the chat asking me to check who Savannah's married to? Savannah's married to Mike Feldman. That's her husband. We all know this.
Person recontacts them, they will know they're talking to the same individual, as opposed to copycats, which there are probably going to be some copycats coming in this weekend, I'll bet, who claim they're the person who wrote this. So I don't think it's too little too late. I think they had to time it for a logistical, if not tactical perspective. And they did it at the 6-month point. I think we're fine. Now, whether, and I'll make this a little clearer in a few minutes, I'm still not convinced these two emails we're going to discuss today are, in fact, the kidnapper. And I'll run some hypotheses by you shortly. So all our goal is today with me and Natalie, to your audience, let's try to find out who wrote these two emails using forensic linguistics. And you can be an amateur because we all speak language our whole lives and read it, most of us. And that's what our goal is today, to pinpoint some very I'll just say idiosyncratic and unusual features. I'm not going to use the word unique, which literally means one of a kind. I know Natalie won't either. There's been a few cases we worked where we had something one of a kind, but this quite isn't it. So look, I've been very cautious about criticizing the investigators. I always say at the top of these things, the bosses go at each other sometimes with egos and narcissism, whatever, but the worker bees tend to get along just fine. My understanding, the FBI agents that are still involved with the sheriff's deputies, investigators, they're working just fine. And to me, that's the most important of this. They all came together and said, let's release this, perhaps timed with Savannah's statement from a day or two ago, and I think even a more recent one. So I think the timing, to me, I would argue is perfect right now.
This last month has been so crazy.
I don't get that. How is the timing perfect right now? That doesn't even make any sense. We've been, oh my God, you kidding me? We would have had, if they would have released, nothing's changed. From the time that they've given us the ransom note to now, nothing's changed. Not much at all. So if we would have got the ransom note initially in the beginning, then that would have given people a lot more time to evaluate these ransom notes and observe, something that could lead up to, possibly whoever may have did this. I don't think later in time would be more effective than prior. But anyway, let's continue here because I want to hear what this lady has to say here.
That made them believe that it was real. So they didn't say, oh, there were
parties ever officially acknowledged, yes, the smartwatch was found at the foot of her bed.
No.
Okay.
They haven't. But they have acknowledged that there were things from early on, that there were things in the letter that made them believe that it was real. So they didn't say, oh, there were some things and some were right and some were wrong. And Savannah said the same thing in her interview when she did it with Hoda. So I think those things are right.
And that, and there've been, like you said, there were first responders there and others. There's video of her, of Nancy from a couple years ago, wearing the watch. She did a tour of her bedroom on video with Savannah once. Just, fun mom and daughter things, very normal stuff, except she happens to be Savannah, a very successful and wealthy TV personality. So yeah, you're right. 1 and 2 could very well be where this would lean, not both, one or the other, I would say. And we'll see how it plays out. But the bottom line is, let's try to identify the author of this communication. If they're these opportunists and we just blow them out of the water and know this whole thing was for just kicks and giggles for them, or maybe trying to get some money, who knows, then that means the investigation can move on otherwise.
Yeah, I agree. So, okay, so for both of you, when you first got these and you could see them in their entirety, what stood out?
I'm going to turn it over to Natalie. She has a very succinct, and maybe Natalie, real quick, forensic linguistics, idiolect, and we can educate the audience a little bit about that stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So thanks for having me, Brian. I appreciate it. I guess like both of you, one of the first reactions when I saw the communications was, oh, at last, finally, we can see the actual wording. We've seen paraphrase. We've seen what people say was said, but that doesn't capture all the language details that could be useful for us and for a forensic linguist. So linguistics is the scientific study of human language, and then forensic linguistics involves taking the tools of linguistics and applying them to language evidence. So linguists look at minute details of language, some of which anybody who's a speaker of that language might see, they might not, others of which might be very subtle and people who aren't specialists wouldn't notice. We also look for patterns of features that people just going about their everyday lives reading stuff aren't necessarily going to pick up on or even care about or need. And forensic linguistics involves, among other areas, we can do what we call author profiling. So we look at a communication or several communications and what, if anything, can we say about the person who wrote the communications from their writing style. So some sort of anonymous writings or pseudonymous writings. So could we say something about their age, their region, their nationality, et cetera, maybe their literacy level, that kind of thing. And then we also do a task called authorship attribution, where we have some writings that we don't know who wrote them, and we have a suspect or suspects. In the case here, what we're doing is we're saying...
I think somebody already mentioned the fact that it's pseudonymous writings, though, which is, I guess it would be somebody using a name that is not their real identity. Somebody already addressed this, though.
Here are some communications with these features. Does anybody out there who has also now seen these communications, does anybody recognize these language features in communications of somebody that you know, a friend, a relative, an acquaintance, something of that sort? And then this term idiolect is what we call each person's individual language style, whether that's in speaking. So we all of us, so many people speak the same language. So there are many speakers of English or Mandarin Chinese or something like that. But each individual within that large collective, we all use language slightly differently. And that's because each of our histories and our involvement with our language is unique. So we have different exposures to language, different education, different people and writings that we read. And
Marie, good to see you, by the way. Big welcomes to yourself, Marie, tuning in here. Could it be a possibility, guys, that they are overlooking this and looking into this too deep? You know, is there that possibility that somebody simply used AI, which misled them to believe that this was someone really smart with good grammar? Nonetheless, I think somebody may have used AI, and they used AI at the same time as adding their own words to it, because Chris pointed out the other day too, also that somebody they misspelled something, and I can't remember exactly what it was. I'd have to look at the actual ransom. However, could it be that they are really overlooking this and it's not really made out to all of this stuff that they're looking in, you know, as far as reading between the lines. Could they just be really overlooking this entire ransom note? And as far as we know, it's somebody that's not even nowhere near close to as smart as the way they're making it seem. And they're just dumb, you know? I don't know. Sometimes I don't know why that crosses my mind sometimes, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
We'd like to emulate
could be right.
Different purposes to our writing. And we also have different habits when we write. So maybe I put commas in a certain place that you don't. Maybe I hyphenate particular words that you don't. And we also make choices in our writings. So I might write differently for different situations. I might need to express to you that I'm authoritative, so I use one register versus expressing to somebody that I'm their buddy, use a different register. So those are the types of things.
So received was spelled wrong. Okay, thank you guys. I was like, I could not remember what word it was that they pointed out. Thank you guys. See, this is why you guys are great. I mean, man, couldn't do it without you guys, I swear.
That we look at when we're talking about forensic linguistics.
Okay, great. So there's a lot that you would see in something like this that I wouldn't. I mean, just because there's a lot for you to dive into. With the first letter, what stood out to you the most? What were some of the things that stood out to you the most?
Right. So one of the things that stands out is the alternation between we and me. And that to us seems quite important. So when you start reading the communication,
very interesting.
We have your mother, Nancy. She will be held. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. But if you keep reading on, and you get to the last sentence before the footnote, you will not be able to contact me from here on out. And that almost might just blow by you if you're not, paying attention to every little tiny minute detail. But what that suggests to us, and we've seen other cases like this in the past, is that we think that the we is a ruse and that this is one individual. We don't think this is somebody who represents some sort of...
Wow, good catch. What a good catch. Yeah, because when you're thinking about we, it sounds like it's more than one person. But then when they say me, it's almost like they confuse you to mislead you to believing, oh, well, no, maybe it's just one person, but then maybe it is two because they're using we, but then they're referring to me. Yeah, it gets a little confusing. I kind of get where she's going with it. Yeah.
Collective, some group or organization who perpetrated this crime.
Like that was a slip up almost, that me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Or it was intentional.
That's one thing. Another thing that struck us, and I will say, Jim and I both independently took a look at these letters before we talked about them together, before we conferred, and we were struck by many of the same things. So another thing that we noticed was she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. So we see that back there, and at first you might think, oh, so that must mean that she's not in Tucson now, or the writer is not in Tucson, or the abductor. But Jim has some other thoughts.
Linda, real quick, she says, Juice, thank you for your passion. Despite the legal issues you've encountered, stay strong in your beliefs. God chose this path for you for a reason. God bless you, Linda. Thank you for your positive words. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Yeah. And just to get back to what she's saying right here, is almost, it sounds like that, to me, it sounds like and this is why I think that there is that possibility that there is more than one person if you tie these two people to it, meaning the perpetrator that we see on the ring camera plus the person that's writing the ransom note. So what I'm saying is there's one person writing the ransom, that person is not present, that we're looking at on that ring camera footage, and being the other person, the person that's writing the note. So I mean, if you consider the ransom notes to be real, then there's no question you think that there is more than one person that is involved in this kidnapping here, for sure.
On that, I'll let him elaborate on those, but sort of the idea that, well, why did you even put a location in there? Is this sort of a ruse to get somebody to think, oh, they're not in Tucson, maybe they are in Tucson? So that kind of thing. Then other things that we noticed were and these are very interesting features that I'm going to talk about now, because they're highly variable in language. And as I just said, people, each individual, we have habitual ways of doing these things that are variable. So the date and time format. So you'll see 5, no space, capital P, capital M, 5 p.m. And then later you'll see 5 p.m. again, written the same way. There are lots of ways you can write 5 p.m. You can write 5 space, capital P, capital M, 5 space, lowercase p, period, lowercase m, period. You could put 5 in the afternoon. You don't even have to write p.m. Monday the 9th, 9 th. You might just write Monday, February 9th, Monday, Feb 9, Monday 2/9, Monday 9 Feb in a different order. So you might or might not have the th, but there's all these other variable things you could do with the date and time. And this author does them a particular way. 5 p.m. is 5 with no space, capital, capital, and it's Monday the 9th, th. And so that's an interesting feature that maybe somebody out there could see in the writing of somebody they know.
It's interesting you bring that up because when I was first reading these, and there's weird things that stood out to me, but that's not something I would have written. Not that that means anything, but like if I was going to write a note, I would have said, February 5th, February 9th. Turn her over by February 9th at 5 p.m. You know what I mean? The fact that it says Monday the 9th at 5 p.m. Does that mean anything to you? I mean, is that a certain like nationality that would do that, or is this a translation? Like, does it mean anything in that way?
I don't know, but it does mean something that you personally would not do it that way. That's kind of the point. It seems, you're right, strikes us as unusual for what's supposed to be a ransom note. You would think it would be precise. You would say 5 p.m.
I'm good, guys.
February 9th, 2026.
I'm all right. She muted my mic so you guys couldn't hear the the gasping for air. I'm actually still choked up. I'm good though. I'm all right, guys. Jesus Christ. I couldn't breathe. You're dumb. My girlfriend decided to come in here and strangle me to death. You guys can hear it in my voice, right? I'm losing my voice now because I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe.
Yeah, man, that wasn't funny.
That was a joke, guys. It was a joke. She was just joking. Man, you had the chat thinking that Nanos was here or something like that, or somebody came in and got me. Nobody knows where I live. It's all right, guys. We're good. We're safe. I think nobody knows where I live. Everybody's got my location now. I put it in the chat just in case anything else happens.
They don't know why it happened.
Anyways, guys, we'll continue here. Sorry for the distraction there.
Something a little bit more rather than, hey, yeah, I'll talk to you on Monday. Like, why do we care what day of the week it is? So it's unusual. I wouldn't say necessarily associated with a particular nationality. What might indicate perhaps a non-U.S. person in this is where you see USD, 4 million USD, 6 million USD, so United States dollars. That seems more likely that a non-U.S. person would indicate the denomination of currency than if it was somebody born and raised living in the U.S. who's more immersed in the context of the U.S. And that's another point of variability
is not funny.
is how do you write dollar amounts? And we'll see
I'm
dollar,
sorry,
number
guys.
4, word spelled out, million. We don't see 4, comma, 000, comma, 000. Same with 6 million. We don't see the dollar sign with 6 million, but we see the word million. It's not all the zeros. And different people write numbers differently. Also, the fact that all the numbers are written as numbers and they're not spelled out as words. Some people spell them out as words. This author doesn't do that. So
And the dollar sign in front of the 4, plus they wrote million USD. I don't, even putting the dollar sign is kind of interesting. I'm not sure I would have done that.
Right, especially because you said USD, so in a way it's redundant that you're doing both. But then the next instance, they don't.
But at the same time, why would somebody think this all the way through to that point where they want to make sure that every word is, or everything makes perfect crystal sense? You know what I mean? Somebody who's writing, and let's say the ransom note wasn't well thought through and it was something brief. Why would everything have to be perfect? I mean, because they're observing this ransom note as if it has to be perfect. I mean, in a sense of them looking for errors. I mean, if somebody doing it brief, obviously maybe you'll find more errors in the ransom letter that if it's written and it's quick, versus somebody who's taken the time and this is premeditated, meaning they spent a whole lot of time putting all of this together. But even then, I personally ain't the best writer, so I know it's never going to be perfect. And even if I were to use AI, I don't think it would be perfect, because using AI, I would want it to sound more personal too. So I'm going to change things and make it into my own words as well, to make it more feel like it's coming from an actual person rather than a robot or I just don't know why it's. I just feel like some things that are being critiqued in the ransom note, they might be over critiquing it a bit, because not everything should be perfect, especially in a ransom. I don't know. I just feel like it's all the errors that they may be pointing out. It might not be sufficient to what what's really going on here. I mean, I don't know. Could they have left things out on accident? Did it really need to have a dollar sign or not have a dollar sign? I mean, I don't know that really matters very much, but it could
include the dollar sign. So even within an individual, we can have some variability, but we're also seeing a consistency. They write out million, they write the dates and times in particular ways. There's also very even more minute details, such as, do they use commas or not? Where do they use them? And interestingly, the times that they use a comma are when they have if something, if let me see, if payment is not received, comma, the ransom will be increased. There are other places in this note where technically a comma would be the correct thing to do, such as, she will be held for ransom, comma, and once payment is received, she will be released. But we don't see that comma, but we do see it in particular places. And there's also something in the last 2 sentences of the communication, we see commas being used. You will not be able to contact me from here on out, comma, there will be no negotiation. That's technically an incorrect use of a comma. It's what.
And same with the next line too.
Exactly.
Yeah, it should just be periods in a new sentence.
Periods or semicolon.
I feel like I'm back in English class again.
Well, we do a lot of that. I started to say your grammar.
Somebody keeps calling and calling and calling and calling and calling and calling. They left like 5 voicemails. I really hope this is important, because I'm stopping right now to see what's going on here. Hold on. Maybe they got to go to bed and they don't have time to wait for me to take calls. Or they don't know that I'm live, maybe? No, they're talking about what I'm talking about. Interesting. I don't know. I was going to stop to call back, but I think we'll wait. Maybe this person who's ever calling back to back, maybe shoot me a message and let me know that we because I want to save time for some calls here, but I don't want to take calls just yet. But if it's urgent, then we could stop it and I'll take the call.
Historian would call that a comma splice, and that's an error. But we see that. And one thing that's very interesting, when you then compare the second communication, you say, hey, is this the same author, different author? Wow, they're really different in some ways.
It wasn't you,
but
DJ.
They both have that misuse of comma. And that's exactly the type of really subtle feature that can kind of leak through. Like, even if you're trying to cover up your writing, if you're not a linguist or a grammar teacher, you're probably not even going to notice that you know, these really tiny little nitpicky details like that.
The beginning to, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jim.
I just want to add real quick, if you're going to put USD after million, and you also reference back in Tucson, as if at the time this thing is being written, the author and or Nancy are not in Tucson at that point, you would consider putting the time zone at 5 p.m. So 5 p.m. Eastern time, because Savannah was in New York the first few days of this till she flew in, or Pacific time, Mountain time, whatever. So you think you'd want to be more specific about that, and that's what Gen argues. Maybe this was not a serious kidnapping for profit. The abduction was for some other reason, because of some of these, and of course we can come back to the Q2, the second document, 4 days later. They still could have called out, carried through the kidnapping, but because Nancy, we'll assume she died, they changed the entire tone of the whole thing there. But I know there's still some things we want to discuss about.
Right, and just to address the fact that they apologized, which is kind of crazy, because it seems like if this was a ransom and they were so desperate for money, I think the money is still on the table. The risk that they take is obviously huge because there's so many people in tune. Not only that, the FBI is going to watch this thing like no other, perhaps there's any movement in the Bitcoin account that they have. But the fact that they wanted everybody to know tells me that it was to simply inflict pain or to simply buy time. I don't really see them really desperate for any type of money, because if they were desperate and they wanted this transaction to go smoothly, I think they would have directed this ransom toward Savannah. Solely just Savannah. No one else. No one else would have heard about this. It would have went straight to her. Obviously, she probably would have reported it. Maybe they thought that even if they sent it to a family member or directly to Savannah or anybody in the family, they were going to report this to the FBI or law enforcement, period. So either way you slice it, it's still a risk you take. Whether that's through media or whether that's through, a specific family member, do you hold the same risk? Not necessarily, because somebody that you send it to personally may be less likely to report this to law enforcement right away. I mean, the family wasn't so quick to report to law enforcement, when, she went missing. Well, they were, but it looks like they called law enforcement before they called Savannah, I guess. But it seemed like it still took them time to reach out to law enforcement. They didn't just, from what it sounds like, they didn't just do it right away. So maybe taking the other route would have been better. But I still think, to me, something just tells me this was to inflict pain or buy time, because the money's still on the table. They could easily still somehow persuade them to give them some type of money or something. Although maybe not, because they said that they wouldn't give any money because there wasn't any proof of life. So maybe not at all, but I think that they would have, they could have gotten this money had they wanted this money. Hell, they could have took a video of Nancy before she even, was gone, and shared that with the family as if she was alive, but in reality, she was still gone. Or she was already gone. So, I mean, and it kind of goes to show how not very well planned this was planned. It's almost like everything was last minute, or it was backup plans. I don't know. I mean, just thinking things through. If this person was so smart, especially the person who wrote the ransom, because according to Harvey, this person had very great grammar and they were very, very intelligent. According to him, they were very smart. So, I mean, if that's the case, you know, why weren't they smart enough to think things through far enough to say, well, or to make sure that they were able to show proof of life? Because it's kind of like in the movies, you know, people want to see proof of life. They want to see, I mean, and a lot of times in movies, that's how it goes. They want to make sure that this person's alive, or they want to be able to talk to this person, to, you know, say something to them. And maybe that was what Savannah was trying to implement when she was saying proof of life, that she wanted to be able to say, you know, have a few words with her mom, to, you know, just solidify the fact that she was alive. So I don't know, what did she really mean when she wanted proof of life? Did she wanted them, you know, how did she want them to go about showing proof of life? You know, none of that was very specific. So I guess we don't know about that either, or we don't know either. Only Savannah knows. And I don't think that would have hurt the case for us to tell us that either, but it's just something that crossed my mind.
We're calling Q1, that's the February 2nd communication. And you had a statement too, Brian.
Yeah, the beginning.
For profit. The abduction was for some other reason, because of some of these, and of course we can come back to the Q2, the second document, 4 days later. They still could have called out, carried through the kidnapping, but because Nancy, you know, we'll assume she died, they changed the entire tone of the whole thing there. But I know there's still some things we want to discuss about what we're calling Q1. That's the February 2nd communication. And you had a statement too, Brian.
Yeah, the beginning just stands out to me. Hello, Savannah. First of all, hello seems a little unusual to me. And I guess I'm just thinking about the way that I would write things. I don't know why I'm thinking like that, but I like, hello, Savannah.
And pause. I got to pause right there real quick. The fact that they opened it up by saying hello, Savannah, tells you, to me, right off the bat, that this was intended for Savannah. And the fact that they've acknowledged that, you know, Savannah is not only possibly the reason why this is happening, but also the person that they know who has, you know, the most amount of income, who is, you know, capable of getting them the money that they're demanding. So, I mean, just considering that they opened it up almost the first word that they say is Savannah, it almost is telling that they are, it's not only specifically about Savannah, but it's about Savannah. I mean, it's clearly about Savannah. Good point by Brian for pointing that out too. But I mean, how else do you take that? I mean, it's not saying hello, family. It's definitely most certainly not saying hello, Annie. So we know immediately who this is about. Kind of tells me that this is something that Savannah has done in the past, or otherwise it's somebody that just has been looking into them for a while and had a plan that just went wrong, I guess. I don't know. But it's specifically about Savannah, that's for sure.
Is saying hello, and then we have your mother, Nancy. To me, it just sounds like very dramatic.
Like as if someone who maybe has never done this before.
Yeah.
And perhaps their intention is something other than what is, you know, allegedly listed on the 6 or 7 lines, whatever it is here in the email. So they defer to their normal communication style, but then it switches. It's hello, Savannah. 4 days later, Guthrie family. And, you know, still with the comma afterwards. So they got that part of the greeting, you know, grammatically correct. So a different tone, if not mood, come the second time. But yeah, and I'm wondering if how many, and that's what we're asking the public for. And I'll try to inject this a few times. It doesn't mean the FBI, is going to come along and throw handcuffs on someone who writes hello in the beginning of their emails. But if they have some other weird behavior before February 1st, and, you know, certainly afterwards, maybe a connection to Tucson, or they were out of pocket, as we used to say, for a while, and you also happen to have some emails that look like this, or letters, that's when you say, hey, I don't know, FBI, but I'll call your number. Here's someone you may want to check with, because we find the dates are like this, the time written. He always starts hello, somebody's first name, comma. Maybe you want to check this guy out. And that's that's what the purpose, as far as I'm concerned, of our chat today is all about.
I'm guessing the redacted part within the note is probably the Bitcoin address. But then underneath that, does it stand out to you that just as the last line, they would say she had a white smartwatch on the floor on the foot of her bed and the white floodlight in the backyard was destroyed? Like, does that mean anything to you that they just put that at the end like that without any real like context? Like, we're the real deal. But they didn't say that. They just kind of stuck that at the end.
Yeah, I'll start with that, and I wanted to let Natalie kick in because there's some valuable linguistic evidence in that line alone, and I'll let her address that, which fortunately we independently sort of came up yesterday, but she kind of synthesized it the best. Yeah, I mean, you could have put that in the very first line. The most important thing is proof of life, and certainly back then, we talk later, proof of death, I think the family would accept now, and just so they can move on and hopefully find the body. But, you know, why this was almost an afterthought, and after this Bitcoin account, which again, I guess it was legit. I guess it could be accessed for the $100 or however the FBI did that. But yeah, this was somehow in the old days holding a picture up of the victim with a newspaper or sending some lock of hair or ID card or something like that. That's how you proved that you had your the victim in custody, the real person. They're still alive. But this is just something that sort of it's all right. Is a smartwatch on the foot of the bed or?
Deborah, I will happily move on when I feel and get ready to move on. And Justin, if the perp is watching me, that's totally fine with me. I truly don't care if the perp is watching me at all. Doesn't bother me at all. And if he is, great, good for him. I think the perp is watching a lot of people, and he has been for quite some time. And not only that, I have covered other cases, and I'm actually getting ready to, as a matter of fact. So thanks for reminding me. And with that being said, I'm actually going to stop right there because I wanted to convert this over into talking a little bit about some Nolan Wells tonight. As I said, I would. Don't know where Deborah's been, but we have been covering Nolan Wells as well. But for me personally, I won't let this rest until justice is served or we get to the bottom of the Guthrie case. So I guess we'll be doing this until 2029 if it takes that long. No, I don't know that. I can't say that. But however, yeah, you know, I don't, you know, I'm not forcing you to, you know, tag along as I cover the Guthrie case if you're overwhelmed with it. A lot of us find this case intriguing, and not only that, we take notice that this case is a very unique one. As well as Nolan Wells's. So, hey, to each their own, respectfully. Anyways, guys, I wanted to talk a little bit about Nolan because there's been a lot of trending things that have been taking place with the Nolan case as well. I'm hearing that this audio that we've been listening to is roughly about a little over 2 minutes long, and that the case, you know, is what I really want to say is I don't think, and I'm not certain, but I don't feel like we've heard the entire audio. But really why I brought it to our attention tonight is because people are saying that the audio is real. Others are not. We got people coming out and making comments stating the fact that it was someone, the lady who did this had added that audio. So she added about 20 seconds to the original audio, which I find interesting because I was sitting back and I was thinking about that. And to me, what makes the audio legitimate to me is the fact that we really didn't know much or anything from what I've seen, you know, since I've been covering this case, is the fact that we knew nothing about Bart until that audio came out. He's one of Nolan's friends, if you're not familiar with Bart. So Bart, who was on the he was actually on Horn Island the 4th of July. So he was one of the few that actually went on the boat trip, and he became a figure to all of the speculation online that's been going on. Although he's not named as a suspect, so just to be clear, just to be clear, he's not named as a suspect. He's not that at all. But according to sources, Bart is actually Nolan's, one of his friends. But he's a former football teammate that Nolan played with at Ocean Springs. And Bart is he's a punter for the University of Wyoming. I've heard some pretty good things about Bart. Apparently he's got a good, he's got a good career that could be ahead of him, which I'm hearing that he could be possibly going to the NFL, which is interesting. And I don't even know, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not even certain that I've ever even seen a picture to see what Bart actually looks like. I think there was one picture that's been floating around online about Bart. But to be honest, I just being honest, I really haven't heard anything about Bart until that audio came out. And don't quote me on it, but I do want to say that audio could very much so be, it could be true. I don't know. Some people are mad at Nancy Grace right now because of the audio. She keeps playing it. She believes the girl who was able to, bring this audio to the public's attention, she tends to be believable. She thinks that whatever she's put out there is real. So apparently, according to the research that I just did right now, that this appears to be Bart, I guess. Don't quote me on it, but that's what came up. So I guess this is Bart. I've never actually looked it up to see what Bart looks like. However, I think that they're saying that this is him. And he was part of the group of the friends boating to Horn Island on July 4th. And on the return boat that made the Cito distress call, when the Belch pump failed, he is one of the core people physically with Nolan on the day Nolan was, he believed to disappear. So he was on the boat. And he was part of the last group to see Nolan alive. According to sources, Bart has done no harm to Nolan. He has fully cooperated with the investigators. He's, given access to his boat. Also, the viral enhanced Cito audio is, they're saying that it was doctored. And really what we hear in the background, because according to that audio, they said that they hear, people shouting Bart's name. And if I can recall correctly, I think somebody shouted out, "Damn it, Bart," or something like that. And we'll play the audio here in just a second here. Somebody is calling like crazy. Guys, should we answer that? So there's been some online accusations for defamation leading to some legal actions. There's been a cease and desist, which was sent to an OnlyFans model by the name of Kimbra Lee, I believe, for posting Bart's home address and accusing him for covering up. This girl has taken full advantage of the attention that she's been receiving. In fact, I think she's dang near famous now at this point when it comes to some of the stuff that she's put out. And I'm going to play a quick clip of the girl that I'm talking about here. I mean, I think she's, I guess maybe I shouldn't judge, but I think she's got it. Let's just say, just to sum up what I'm saying, is she's got some things going on that should be a little bit concerning. However, more power to her if she's gained a lot of not only content, but just attention in general from, some of what's been put out there. More power to her. Good for her. Kudos to her. She's achieved the goal that she's been trying to achieve for quite some time. But listen to this girl and what she has to say. And she's been putting things out online constantly.
Told y'all if y'all was going to sue me, this shit was never going to go away, and it was going to become a worldwide press story. Now it's become a national press story overnight. And wait till Canada gets it. Wait till my university in England gets it. It's going to be worldwide by tomorrow, bitch. Like, and guess what? It's worth whatever. Even if I lose the lawsuit, it's worth it. I've been trying to crack these fucking press blogs for 7 fucking months diligently, and it wasn't working. So I couldn't have paid for that to happen. I was trying my fucking hardest, okay? My hoest and my hardest, okay? Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all giving me what I've been trying to do for the past 7 months. Y'all have paid for that for me. Thank you so much from the bottom of my cold little shriveled heart.
Well, if you was wondering what she was thinking, there it is. She's still standing 10 toes down and happy that she is famous at this point. You got them shook. They are trying to sue the lowest hanging fruit. You see, they haven't said anything to Judge Mathis about suing him, and he's saying almost the same thing you're saying. If that's true, you may be the lowest hanging fruit, but you got all them shook. Dang, they mad because you going against the grain. If 10 toes down was a person, a blessing in disguise, exactly what needed to be to get the bag. You sound like Louis. God, I love you. I got you on the styling. LOL. There's no loss, rather it's a gain for humanity. You can witness the whole world revealing those who lack humanity. The United States of America. You got my likes and comments, laughing my ass off. At least you admit it. You got them shook. Keep going. I'll be your nurse practitioner. Showtime. Okay. You crack me up in a good way. Keep going, pushing the buttons. I love you for you. Wear that free press. Okay, pin your music to the top of your page. I'm just saying. She about to get them coins. Hoest and hardest. Love how she thinks. Top tier brilliance. About to garnish them wages for life. Thank you to the Shade Room. Like, she just thanking everybody that's posting her. Hold on.
Now, the Shade Room did me some good. They used a good pick. The Shade Room, my fucks with ya. The Shade Room, my fucks with ya, baby. Now, come shed some light on my music. I got this slow motion remix, baby. You ought to hear that. I got a song called Location. Y'all, man, look, fuck. Go come listen to my music, Shade Room.
She is definitely a piece of work. For 7 months, I tried to capture TMZ's attention with a ridiculous story dissing Kabongos. Now, all I had to do was speak up for justice with common sense and became a national press story. Man, makes so much sense. But it don't. The price just went up again. Wow. This is wild. So she's just showing what everybody is saying about her pretty much. Let me see.
I just got to let y'all know there's a difference between getting on the news and being newsworthy. Yeah. All y'all little friends who have friends that slide y'all on. I'm on the news. I'm newsworthy, bitch. Y'all get on the news. We ain't built the same.
Leave it in the comments. Let me know what you think.
So she's been at it like crazy, and I'm not going to lie. There's some things that she has made statements on that are true. However, she is being sued, and I think Bart is one of them. But if you're not familiar with her, you'll probably be seeing her a lot more. However, you know, she's embracing the fact that she's not only getting sued, but she's been showing up on all these platforms, which is kind of crazy. But Kimberly she's an online content creator. She's on OnlyFans. She's a model. We talked about her before. She inserted herself in the Nolan Wells case. There's been a numerous amount of threats that have been going around, mind you, but she became a major source of misinformation, harassment, and legal conflict despite having no connection to the Nolan, his friends, or the investigation. Adult content creators, online personalities, blah 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 blah. However, she's not connected. She's not connected. She's not a witness. She's not a person of interest. She's not mentioned in any law enforcement documents. But she became involved through social media posts. She made after Nolan Wells' death. So how she became involved was the fact that she's been posting dramatic claims about the case. So she's accused Bart. Bart is not taking this very lightly. Apparently Bart's, he's got an attorney. He's trying to sue this lady. But she accused Bart of causing Nolan Wells' death. So she claims Bart was part of the cover-up, posting Bart's home address and things like that online. She's made several false statements about Bart, with some things I would have to agree she's on point about, but that's neither here nor there. But also she docks Bart. She docks Bart and his family. She's posted misleading content about the case. So this is part of the reason. She's part of the reason why there's been a lot of mix-ups that have been going around online. Despite some things that she has said that have been, actually logical pertaining to the actual situation itself. But the fact that she's mocking the legal threats, saying, bring it on, and claiming she had lawyers ready to defend her for free, it's interesting. It is. So the things that the investigators say about her is nothing. There hasn't been really, any mention as to what she's got going on. Jackson County Sheriff's Office statements, Mississippi Department of Public Safety's, any official investigative documents, any witness lists, any forensic reports, nothing. However, she's part of these threats that have been taking place online, so she's not helping it. And it's kind of crazy. It's just, it's kind of sad. It's sad to see this, but I will have to say that, Bart, it's very suspicious that he didn't come forward before all of this came out. And it's questionable if that audio is legitimate, like I said, because his name did not surface in the public's eye until people like this lady started speaking about his name. Not only that, mainly the audio. And that's super suspicious to me. How did we not know about Bart? Although he has been in the mix, according to sources, he's been in the mix. However, the public just didn't know about him. How is it so that that audio is fake if no one knew about Bart until we heard Bart in that audio that we've listened to? And I got to play Nancy Grace because Nancy Grace has been playing that audio. She interviewed the lady who actually was the one who was able to remove the music. Remember, there's not a 20 seconds that she's adding to it. Here's why. Because of the fact that when the call initially starts, there is music playing and it's recording, and you can hear on the original call, you can hear people talking in the background as the music is playing. So what she did was she went in and she muted that part of the audio so we could hear the background activity that was going on during the time they reached out to Cito and they were on hold before the operator actually answered. They didn't realize that they were already recording. And a lot of us don't think this, which is crazy, and it's kind of good to know. The call is being recorded, and this is why they tell you for security purposes or insurance purposes or just their own personal purposes that the call is being recorded before you even get on the line or before the call itself even actually starts. But this kind of lets people know in the world that these calls are being recorded whether the operator is on the phone or not. And to me, in this particular situation, it seems like this call was recorded while right initially when the call started. And if you go listen to the actual audio without the enhanced version, if you go listen to the version that's not enhanced, you'll hear that activity going on while the music is playing. So to me personally, that kind of debunks the fact that somebody's saying, okay, there's 20 seconds added to this call. She added this portion to the call, which is messed up. It's not right. It's not fair. She's not a professional. So they're just trying to find reasons to discredit this lady for just looking in a little bit deeper into into things that are part of this investigation. So I know people are probably going to be angry. They're probably going to be saying something in chat saying, no, it's not true. You're reporting fake news. People have been we're trying hard the first day that we played this audio. But there are just certain things that come with this audio that make it true. And I get it. I understand Nancy Grace hasn't been, always the most accurate when it comes to, putting things that on her platform that, they don't always turn out to be true for certain things that she's putting out there. Well, I think my computer's getting ready to do something crazy. But the last 3 times that Nancy's written, the last 3 times that she's reported this, she's played that audio for some reason. So we're gonna play the audio. We're gonna watch some Nancy Grace. I want to see, I want people to watch this video. I want people to see this lady being interviewed. If you haven't watched Nancy Grace today, here it is. We got to
bombshell tonight in the investigation of the death of a young man, Nolan Wells. Death threats are flying. One actually says there's going to be blood, so much blood. Another death threat says don't go outside. How can anybody?
Right. To Kelly's point, is it doctored or is it enhanced audio? I think it's enhanced audio.
Do their jobs when they're getting death threats. Not only that, we understand this case is headed to a grand jury. We also learned tonight that the state's autopsy is complete, but is being kept secret. Isn't an autopsy a public document? Why is it being kept hidden from us, the public? What is it?
And just real quick, just to add this real quick here. As far as I know, in order for a case to proceed to a grand jury, you need certain things, okay? You need credible evidence to go before a grand jury. You need actual probable cause. So I'm going to assume moving forward that there is some type of probable cause that's credible to the fact that Nolan was possibly murdered. And that's the best way I could word it without making it sound like I'm sure. Because I'm not. I don't know why, they're moving forward as far as, this going before a grand jury. I don't. But I'm assuming, considering all the things that you need to go before a grand jury, that they do have credible evidence to say that Nolan may have been murdered. And what it comes down to is, at the end of the day, who's telling the truth and who's not? Who is telling the truth? And who's hiding something?
In that autopsy, the first autopsy of Nolan Wells. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
The young lady, Katie, that he was hanging out with, I saw a text message from her alluding to the fact that she never saw him get on that boat at all. They could have been saying, don't die, or is it dead, referring to the bilge pump. Somebody would have seen something if there was a dramatic commotion like this occurring on that boat.
I hope Nolan Wells died by accident. I'm not shutting down our Crime Stories investigation until I know.
And just before the audio's played, to go to Tatum, to shift to Tatum real quick here. And like Nancy says, I mean, I hope that it's not what it's seeming like where it's going toward, which is a murder. I truly hope that it's not, and I hope these boys are able to continue living free as they are right now. And I truly hope that whatever happened to Nolan did not happen to Nolan, period. However, it just doesn't seem that way. It does not seem that it's headed in that direction, considering everything that's going on right now. However, we'll stick to the facts and we'll stay patient until everything, reveals itself at some point. But going back to what I said before, I think that Tatum needs to be biased as a police officer. He should understand it's an active investigation that's going on. You don't pick a side. You don't just go, sit down with some boys, get their side of the story, take their word for it, and pretty much run with it. It doesn't work like that. And through experience, I'm not even an officer, but from watching it, I've seen people lie to cops, sit there, tell a story for weeks, and it turns out they're the primary suspect. We've all seen it. And the fact that Tatum does not understand that, or he's acting like he doesn't, is quite bothering to the public. I'm all with him 100% on the fact that race has been projected or inserted into this case, period. I'm all for it when he's talking about how black people refer to black this and black this or black that. That has nothing to do with the fact that Nolan is gone. And it won't unless that is something revealed that revolves around this case. But when it comes to this case, I understand it from both sides, from both ways. Not in the racial part though. But when it comes to Tatum's views, I truly get, from both sides. I truly get where he's coming from. I understand, but there also have been things along the way that he is trying to project that he can't make sense of, that just don't add up. And he's pitching highly for these boys. He's batting highly for these boys. I mean, he really wants them to be innocent. And we do too. We do too. But it ain't looking like that right now. It's not looking like it's going in that direction. Here's the audio here.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can you all please come? We have a membership. Shut up! Shut the f*** up! What'd you say?
If that sound is real, there's no getting away from that. And all this business about there's no connection, well, I listened to a good 40 seconds of SEATOW, S-E-A, second word T-O-W, on hold, listened to their music. There was plenty good connection, but before I can even get to the death threats of blood, so much blood everywhere, and don't step outside, and more before I can even get to the grand jury.
So somebody in the chat says that you don't need probable cause to go before a grand jury. So just for the record, evidence that requires legal review, what you need is conflicting witness statements, which would amount to probable cause to me, suspicious circumstances, physical evidence that doesn't match the story, I guess, digital evidence, GPS, phone logs, messages. That all leads to probable cause to me, or some type of probable cause to go before a grand jury. Incomplete forensic reports. These situations are justified grand jury involvement because they require deeper legal authority. The need for subpoena power. It states witness testimony, phone records, GPS logs, medical records, documents, subpoenas are issued through the prosecutor during grand jury proceedings. These are all some type of forms of probable cause for me that these are all things that lead up to some form of probable cause. Now, they don't need, I guess in all other words, they don't need proof. Only probable cause. So the prosecutor reviews all investigative material and decides whether the evidence is strong enough to present. They do not need proof. Only probable cause.
before I can get to the autopsy that's being kept hidden from us, I want you to meet someone very important, critical to this investigation. Her name, Janetta Brantley. Miss Brantley is the audio engineer who enhanced the 911 call, the CETO call, in the Nolan Wells case. So everybody claiming some ding-dong on YouTube did it or somebody on Insta or TikTok did it, no. She did it. I've spoken to her. I've read her statement. I want you to judge her credibility. Credibility is normally the sole province of a jury, and tonight you serve in that function. Miss Brantley, I'm sure that you're getting all sorts of abuse, threats, and so forth. It's a cacophony that seemingly won't cease. That said, thank you for being with us tonight. Explain to me where you got the audio, how you got the audio, and what, if anything, you did to enhance the audio.
First and foremost, I basically downloaded it off of YouTube from WLOX News's YouTube site. And when I downloaded it, I ripped it off of YouTube. That's the terminology that we use when we take something off of YouTube. But when I ripped it off of YouTube and I pulled it in.
Pause, please. Objection. Miss Brantley, isn't it true that the audio you got was taken directly by XLO from MDMR?
So just real quick here, the things that bother me and that stuck out to me, because I got to be fair and honest here, is the fact that she made it seem like, you know, not only, I mean, a lot of times when people make music, it's a personal profession, you know, at least for the people that I've come across, they don't really go to school to become a person who makes music. A lot of these guys that have, you know, that are producers and whatnot, who actually make beats and stuff like that, it's a developed profession that is developed amongst themselves. Like it becomes a profession. They learn these things on their own. They don't go to school a lot of times for stuff like this, but maybe she did. But I didn't really think that lined up with what she did, I guess. But I mean, at the same time, it did, because she utilized her skills that she knows to remove things. But normally, as a musician or somebody who does music, they add things, they don't remove it. But I guess it's a little bit of both. But it just didn't seem to me something that really fit with what she was talking about. I guess I don't really know how to put it in words, but it just threw me off a little bit. But at the same time, I guess, you know, her mentioning that, I feel like she thinks that it makes her more believable, and it kind of makes it more credible to her due to the fact that she has a profession, and I guess it lets the world know that she has that knowledge and that experience. I don't know. But I think anybody could have did it. She just did it first. But I also think it was just a matter of time. Somebody else would have probably did it.
Correct? The Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue, Miss Brantley.
So when I downloaded it from YouTube, I pulled it into my DAW, which is Logic Pro X. That's my DAW of choice. And when I first listened to it, I realized that it was like a dual mono recording, which most, most phone services or operators utilize when they're recording conversations. And so it was already split between the caller, the dispatch, and the callers in the background. And so that's what made it easy for me to isolate it without having to do much to it. So that isolation, when I separated the left channel from the right channel, that just made me be able to really focus on everything that was on the call end. And what I was hearing was I honestly could not believe what I was hearing.
Miss Janetta Brantley, isn't it true this is the same audio that was released by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Let's listen to it one more time.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut up! Shut the f*** up! What'd you say?
And it's like also like, how do you add this type of stuff in the background too? I mean, how do you make it sound so real? And I get AI is a real effective tool nowadays, but come on. How do you come up with a name that was really on the boat?
It's coming up. We're just saying
without, knowing about this person at all. If, perhaps this was all doctored, you know what I mean?
Miss Janetta Brantley, isn't it true? Department. Let's.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut up! Shut the f*** up! What'd you say? It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. We're going down. I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that. Everybody was on this phone. I know we have a membership, guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off.
I hear Warren. I hear Bert. Let's go back.
That was
yes, that is absolutely correct.
By the way, this is the girl who did the audio. Okay, she's the one who did it, and she's been appearing on a lot of shows lately. Well, at least a lot of YouTube channels, and Nancy's, which is big for her.
Let's listen to it one more time.
And real quick, let's restart it one more time. Sorry. Try not to even pay attention to the subtitles, the caption here. Just try not to even pay attention to that and just actually listen.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
Nancy is on an hour time limit, so she's never going to play a full anything. She's always very time consumed when she's, talking and doing whatever she's doing. She's just, that's just how it is. She's not just on YouTube. I think people forget that. But she's actually on a show, itself on cable television. So, it's not very easy for her to just kind of go as long as she wants, which I would encourage her to get a YouTube channel, actual YouTube channel, so that way she can spend more time doing this stuff. But she has a life of her own. So, I think it's enough for her.
Absolutely correct.
Let's listen to it one more time.
And we'll listen to the full version. Not the same? Okay, we can compare. It doesn't matter. I think it's the same one, but we can go to the actual one that we listened to, or the original version, whatever. You guys can feel free to shoot me a link to, and we can go listen to that one. Either way.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut up! Shut the f*** up! What'd you say? It's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down. I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that. Everybody was on this phone. I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off. What? No, we do not need that. Let me go look. Where's this? How to jump in and pull the plug while you're going. Hold on. Take it out of gear. Take it out of gear. Hello. Take it out of gear. Okay, what's going on? What's up? Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump.
So she's showing exactly what she's doing to the audio here.
Stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Hello! Let's go!
What makes it more interesting too is she has the real original audio to prove it onto her actual editing platform that she's using. So this is good. This is really interesting.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Hello! Let's go!
Indeed, Marissa. So she's editing. She's showing exactly how she did it. And no one's really going to understand this because, you know, if you're not someone who's, I'm very familiar with it because I've had brothers, I've made beats myself. So I've used, you know, apps like Reason and other apps like Fruity Loops. So those are, and there's way more tools than there were when I was a kid that you could utilize to, you know, minimize certain audios to hear other things in audio. So there are a whole lot more perks when it comes to tools on these platforms. Just FYI.
Back to Janetta.
So real quick, we're going to stop it here. We're going to go over to the Cito audio here. And this is posted from WLOX News. So WLOX News. And this is the audio. I don't know if this is the original. I think it is because it's from 8 days ago. And I think it's a reliable a news station, I guess. I don't know who they are really. I don't know if they're, I guess I'd have to look it up. But I think this is one that is an original one. If it's not, you guys can tell me in chat and I'll switch it and we'll go to a different one. But this is one I was listening to earlier. So let's take a little listen at this one here. And I mean, it kind of plays the music in the background. So I just want to play this and see if we can listen for any noise that's going on in the background while that elevator music is playing when you're waiting for the operator to answer the phone.
To connect you.
So I still hear Nolan while that music is playing. Okay, we're gonna restart it again. About at the 12-minute mark from the 12-second mark from the video, with the music playing. I still hear Nolan. I'm gonna replay it again. I hear, oh my God.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help?
So on this video, it's roughly about 8 seconds, 12 seconds, about 13, 14 seconds in between that time. As we hear the music playing before she actually comes in on the call and says CETO assistance. Okay, so let's go back.
To connect you.
CETO assistance, Vicky.
So it's roughly about 15 seconds that you hear commotion going on. I'm gonna go back one more time, and then we'll see if we could try to find a different video here just to kind of compare here.
To connect you.
CETO assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you? CETO.
And what gets me is they're calling CETO assistance, okay? And we're gonna go to a different video here, of course, to listen again. But regardless of even if you don't hear he's dead or anything like that, remember, Nolan is not on the boat. He's supposed to be back at the island, regardless. So there should be no reason why anybody's yelling out Nolan stressfully or in a distressed situation when the focus is the boat sinking, right? So that's supposed to be the focus, because everybody's concerned. Not only that, again, I'll say this again. If you're on an island and your boat is sinking and you're surrounded by hundreds of other people, what's really the panic? And the only person that should be panicking, which would make sense, is the person that's responsible for the boat, right? So, I mean, it kind of makes sense if the only person on the boat that's panicking is the one that's calling, which he doesn't seem too in distress about the boat sinking or going into the, and usually somebody that's in fear of losing something very valuable to them, they kind of will mention that too. I don't want to lose this boat. If we lose this boat, it's damaged. My grandfather, he's going to be upset, or grandpa, whoever's the owner of the boat. Certain things like that to me are said. Please get somebody here quick. This boat has been in my family's life for so X amount of time. We can't damage this. Or whatever the case may be. He probably would have implemented the fact that he's already, his grandparents or whoever's the owner of the boat would have, or already spoke to CETO. None of that was mentioned in the call. So I just think certain things that, you would mention on a normal would have been mentioned here, but they weren't. But I'm still willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and not consider the fact that something's not being told here, or the fact that somebody's just not being honest. And I'm still willing to consider the fact that, well, maybe it is doxed, and maybe we just are hearing what we want to hear because we saw the subtitles or the caption of the video when we listen to it. So it's hard. It makes it more difficult for us to get that out of our head, whatever. But I just don't think anybody should be calling Nolan's name if Nolan was never there. The alibi or the story is that Nolan was never on the boat, that he was there. But they're calling CETO. They said they're on the island, so maybe Nolan was still around and they haven't left. Possible? It's possible. But again, why is there any panic if they're still on the island? They haven't left. There's many of boats. I mean, can't you tie your boat to somebody else's to maybe prevent it from sinking? Isn't there something that somebody else could do to help them out? Why is there no outcry for help when they're surrounded by many people? I don't know. I just think those are questions that we could ask that we obviously can't answer, but maybe somebody more knowledgeable to boats would obviously have a better understanding than me, because I've never been on one. But let's just imagine the boat being nowhere near the island. Let's say it's where my my map here that displays the tracking of this boat. Let's say the distress call really does come where they are, and they're really not on the island. They're in between, and they're not there. That changes things. I posted the other day, I would really love to see the 360 GPS timeline, the life 360 GPS timeline that the parents have. I think that there's something that they're seeing on that GPS that from 360 whatever it's called, because I've had it before, that they're seeing something on there that isn't adding up, that's leading them to believe that something isn't adding up. I don't think that them having an issue getting his keys and his phone back is the only red flag indicator here that's telling them, hey, something happened to my son. I don't exactly know what it is, but we just want the truth. There's a reason why they're demanding the truth, and whatever it is isn't adding up. Now, this is just a AI generated perception of the timeline. Pretty much it's not true. This is not the real accurate GPS of the boat. However, every time I do one, it puts the boat there for some reason. It doesn't put the boat directly on the island, which is a little weird. But I mean, this is not a legitimate I'd say it's a legitimate timeline. However, it's not legitimate pertaining to where the boat is literally placed at. But I'm just saying, thinking out loud, if the boat was actually there and it wasn't really on the island like they say, then that really would change things. Now, I think we could go listen to another call just to verify this call a little bit more. I don't know if you guys have a specific link that you want to direct me to so we can listen to the audio where somebody that is a legitimate outlet that we can listen to the audio from. Then I'd be more than happy to do that. I really don't have any other specific place that I could think of in my head that I've listened to the audio. I've only listened to it about 3 or 4 other places. And from the ones that I've listened to, they all add up to the same thing for me. Now, we could go back and listen to the first original one that we listened to the other day. I just got to find it. But I mean, I don't think it's going to change. I think it's the same audio. I don't think it's been doctored at all. But that's just my personal opinion. Juice, I tried to find it on OMF TV, but the video is gone. Interesting. You are refusing to see the factual evidence. No, I'm not. I'm trying to see the factual evidence. That's why I'm doing this with everybody and asking and giving people opportunity to send me a link. Life360. Yeah, thank you, Stevie. Nina says, I personally do not feel like Nolan wants his friends to be in trouble, so we only want the truth. If it's an accident or other things, I do hope it is an accident. Me too. Me too. But if it is, just why not be honest? And why weren't there other people around to see? If they were really on the island, something went wrong, something happened to Nolan, why weren't there people there to see? That's what just gets me. NBC played the audio.
New audio shedding light on the moments before some of Nolan Wells' friends left Horn Island off the coast of Mississippi. A mom of one of the friends last week said the group left without Nolan when their boat began malfunctioning.
We're sinking. Can y'all please come?
NBC News has obtained audio.
So they only played the part where he starts speaking. They didn't play the actual part that supposedly has been doctored. I don't know when that was posted. Oh, that was posted at the beginning. Okay, so that wasn't when the newer audio version came out. So I'm trying to see if there's any recent posts that are sharing this audio, or a more reliable news media outlet that's up there with Nancy Grace, that we can maybe listen to this audio on. But I'm telling you, all the ones that I've listened to the audio on, they all line up to be the same. Even listening to the one that's supposedly not doctored, that has the music playing in the background, it sounds the same to me. Stel says, I'm an audio engineer, not a fake one like her, who can't even work out YouTube fees. Back is due to her not wearing her headphones. Interesting. Okay. Hey, I can't argue with it. My son has been severe autistic since 18 months. He is 33 years old. He's mixed. We live in a trailer park, and every day we are called N-words, threatened, and yes, I called the police, but they do nothing. Be relation. Sorry to hear that. That's tough. I've been there before. Personally, for me, I just ignore it. I keep in mind most people don't even say that to me in person. And at the end of the day, there's really not too much you can do. Good to see you, by the way, Nina, by the way. Good to see you. Welcome back. Are we able to do it live with an app? Do what live with an app? I don't have an app that I could try to remove the audio, and I don't have the original audio. Well, I wouldn't know where to get the original audio from a particular place that's released it. That's like, I guess we would have to get some type of discovery that may come with the actual audio, I guess. I don't know. But it seems like no one can really legit like prove this audio is doctored. They can just say, okay, it's fake, but no one can really prove it's doctored. Love you too, babe. So, and I think this is the original one here. Is this the original one? Yeah, I think this is not the original one. This is the one that I listened to first when the audio first came out. So I'll listen to this one because somebody was saying that it's changed, that it's different now. We'll check this one out here.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the West.
Okay, so this is the first one I listened to, and I don't think this is the one that was enhanced or anything. This is the one before the actual part where he's listening and he's on hold waiting for somebody to answer. So I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for the original. Let's listen to this one anyway, though.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
Okay. I'm going to stop it there because I want to go back to the other one because I almost feel like now I feel like there might be something a little bit different here. I want to go to the one that Nancy's played, just real quick, just for the part that he speaks and says something.
The dispatch and the callers in the background.
That the state's
commotion like this.
Wells. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace from.
I want to pull up that part.
But I was listening to it, just YouTube. I downloaded it. I read it. My host services in the back to it.
Hold on.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. I just want to see if anything's changed from the moment that he speaks to the time that
stopped working. We're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of
No,
course.
okay, nothing's
How far is the water coming up, sir?
no, it's still the same. Okay, I just thought that he said something different when he mentioned the fact of the when he was talking about the
Can y'all please come? And our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
Okay, still the same.
What'd you say?
Just get the transcript from both. Maybe that might be easier. No, I was just checking to see if there was anything that changes from the time that the actual person that's talking to the CETO changes, because I don't know why I got mixed up and I thought he said something different on the first 5-6 words that he said versus the other one that I was listening to, but they're both the same. So I guess people are saying the one from CETO is fake. People can't be this brainwashed, Gemini says. Yeah. Stealth says, we did the same audio transcript and confirmed it's fake. I use movie editing techniques. Interesting. Well, maybe you could email the actual original audio. We'll take a listen and then we'll compare it to the one that's supposed to be doctored. All these ones that I'm hearing are the original, though, without the listening to the doctored version. As of, for the one that we listened to with the music playing before, is that not true with the music playing? What? Maybe freaking out, saying to get up.
The call
playing. I don't know, guys, because the music, when you listen to the one with the music playing, they're definitely calling Nolan. Regardless, they're calling Nolan. Whether you hear them saying he died or not, they're still calling Nolan, and there's no reason for them to be calling Nolan whatsoever if he's not on that boat. Unless they're really still on the island, like they say. Gemini says the one that they're saying from CETO is fake. No, that's not true. It is a fact that CETO has given the audio up to investigators. So that's definitely not true. Stealth, I have no idea what you're talking about. Are these guys trolling or something? I never heard Nolan. You never heard Nolan in which audio? The one with the music playing or the one that was supposedly doctored? Do exactly what she did and see what happens? I don't know what she did because I didn't watch to see exactly how she removed the audio. I just know she was showing Nancy what she did to prove her work. Juice, they had just left the island, so yes, they could see people. What do you mean they could see people? So I wasn't talking about the fact that they could see people. I was just saying that they mentioned that they were still on the island, that they said that they were on Horn Island. But when they mentioned when they were on Horn Island, were they literally on the island, or had they just left the island and they were half a mile out? Were they, 50 to 60 feet away from the actual island? Because if that's the case, then that changes things. And particularly to the fact of somebody seeing what could be going on that boat. So, you know, if there's a distance between them and the island, how far is that distance? And is it far enough for somebody not to see something happening? Would be my question. Yeah, I know. They're just, you guys, I mean, they're trolling for sure. Juice, Nancy brought the lady on her show who was a specialist who got the original audio and made it clear. Interesting. Are you talking about, from what, to my understanding, it was the lady that was the one who did the actual audio herself, who's the one who's claiming, the one whose people are claiming doctored this audio. That's the original person who was the one who removed the audio or the music in the background and all that good stuff. So if that's who you're talking about, yeah, that's who we were just playing a second ago. Now, as of to the lady, to any other lady that came in and made it clear, I have no idea. So real quick, I want to play this portion real quick too. The gentleman that got on, and he wasn't taking no crap from Nancy. I was yelling on this one. This was good. I want to play this real quick here, and we'll get back to the audio here.
Franz Borghardt, a veteran trial lawyer, joining us out of the Baton Rouge jurisdiction at Borghardt's.
Yeah, so Nina, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that was the lady that was the one who actually originally did this enhancement on the audio, yeah.
Law firm. Franz, take off your defense hat just one moment. I have introduced wiretaps many times at trials, which are very hard to get, by the way. And I've never had one that I believed was doctored at the time because they were taken by law enforcement. This is from a completely independent source with no dog in the fight, no skin in the game. It's from Dispatch at CETO. And if this is real, this blows the case wide up. Now, you saw Janetta Brantley. You've heard her. I have no reason to disbelieve anything she's saying.
So if I'm prosecuting this, I'm worried that I need a witness in 2026 to exclude the possibility that it's either AI generated or doctored, just like you suggested. And I think that she's very credible, but I think we need to go one step further. The other concern I have, Nancy, is if the independent autopsy is showing inconclusive death results, now I really want to see the other autopsy to see, is there trauma to the body? Is there something that happened? These are the concerns I would have as a prosecutor. But we've now opened the doors to these guys may in fact have committed obstruction of justice.
Hold on. You're putting the cart before the horse. Before we talk about obstructions such as allegedly lying or covering something up, you've already mentioned two distinct lines of inquiry. One is that the audio that Janetta Brantley enhanced innocently, I believe, had been already AI or doctored. Okay, let's follow that through to its logical conclusion. You just throw that out there like a stink bomb at the circle. You know what a circle meeting is, right? In the United Methodist Church, all the ladies have circle meetings. Okay. To suggest this was doctored before Janetta got it means it had to have been doctored or AI created by who? The Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. No, don't just go, that doesn't work.
He said, tell him to prove me wrong if he's going to call me a troll. Okay, Stealth. You want to play games? Is it Stealth or Captain? Well, whoever said that. I got you. I got you. It's easy. We could debunk this real quick. Very simple. So who was that? Who was that who mentioned that real quick? Hold on. Oh, it was Stealth that mentioned that. My intro, I'm giving a factual. If you want to cry, prove it's not factual. Stealth said, what did? And we did exactly what she did. It's a fake as hell. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's play the rest of this real quick. I got you. I got you.
In court, Burkhartz. You can't just throw. That's
I got you. Prove you're wrong. Okay. We'll see in a minute.
like the side defense. Some other dude did it. What dude? What are you talking about? So you're saying AI doctored by who? If it's not Janetta, then who? She got it. The same sound that was released by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. What? You think they doctored it?
There is nothing normal about this case. And if the
That's not what I asked you. I'm asking you to explain your premise, and you're not doing it.
I said if I were a prosecutor, I would want to be able to establish with expert testimony that what we are listening to is real. And I would want a witness because I'm telling you, with this case, with as viral as it's been, I'm not disagreeing that it's real. I'm saying I would want to be able to bolster that very credible woman's testimony, and she is very credible. I have no doubt that what we're listening to and what she did is credible. The issue is I don't know if she can go the distance to say,
okay, got it. She cannot testify as to whether MDMR had enhanced it or doctored it before it was released. But see, the problem is you would have to ask someone to believe a clerk or an official at the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources doctored this before they released it, to the extent that nobody could understand it until they enhanced it. That's a hell of a doctor job. Okay, so you did that. Then you got into the medical examiner findings. Okay, what was your theory on that? Very quickly.
Very quickly. If he's dead on the boat, how did he die? It should be conclusive. It shouldn't be inconclusive.
Joining us right now, Joseph Scott Morgan, renowned death investigator, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, with a premier criminal pro department.
I love the way he wasn't taking those stuff from Nancy Grace, though. Usually people will just usually do what she says. I mean, for the most part, he did, but he didn't. I don't know. But I like what he had to say. That was powerful. That was powerful. At least to me it was. So anyways, just real quick here, we'll get back to the audio real quick. I wanted to open up the phone lines here because we are getting pretty deep into time. I guess the particular phone calls we'll be waiting for first is probably from Stealth and whoever was in the chat saying to prove them wrong. You're invited and very much so welcome to get on this phone line and prove your point. We would love to hear it. So I'll go ahead and proceed by putting the number here on the screen. If you would like to give me the first three numbers of your phone number, that way we know what call to look out for, or we know to look out for your call, feel free to chime in and call and argue your point. And we'll wait. I love it when the trolls get trolled and we put the phone number up here, tell them to call in. normally what happens is it's crickets. That's what happens. So I want to get the original. I want to get the original. I guess that's my goal, is to get the original audio from the original source that put it out. And I will literally get an app myself, and me not being a profession and not really knowing too much of what I'm doing, I'm going to personally remove the audio myself and see what I personally hear. And tomorrow, I will do the research myself to figure out where to get the original original audio from. While we're live, I will also research it. I will get started on that right now, and I will see if there is a place where I can get the original audio from online without having to pay for a discovery or anything like that, because I don't even know if that's in the discovery, or, I don't know if that's in any of that at all. I just know that there should be somewhere to get the original audio without having to, go through the court system out there, or not the court, but the, my God, I can't remember the name for it, but pretty much the court. I don't want to even have to do that. I think there's a place on YouTube that released the original audio first, and that's where we should be able to get it. She names where she's gotten the original audio. Nancy does. I can't remember what she referred to. So I got to listen back and see if I can catch that name. And then I will personally go look for that myself. I wanted to pull up this app real quick here. Hold on, chat. My app isn't working though. Oh, there it goes. I take it they're not calling. I'm trying to look up this audio. Just give me a second here. I just want to see if there's an original area where I could get this audio at. I see our party is not calling though yet. Y'all hear that? Nothing. Today. Anyway, I figured they wouldn't call. So I want to see if I can get this original audio. Let me just look this up just real quick here. The original. Even if this even works, I don't know if this is even going to work. Where to get the original audio for Nolan Wells CETO call. Let's see if it gives us direction. So original CETO call for Nolan Wells case was released by Mississippi Department of Marine Resources, which Nancy mentioned, if they are the ones who docs this, which would be crazy. They would go out of business, for crying out loud, if they ever did anything like that. Okay, so reliable sources that have released this call is the one we just listened to, and it's the very first one that comes up, which is WLOX, which I kind of had a feeling. It says Hindustan Times, if I said that right. Their report includes the raw call and links to the original audio posted on Twitter. People Magazine, they also published the official recording release by MDMR, which is the Marine Resources. AOL, Yahoo, Globe Magazine all confirmed the audio was released by Marine Resources. So the closest to the original version is the one released by Marine Resources. Do they have a YouTube channel? But either way, the one call that we listened to was from WLOX. And that's the one we played just a second ago. So as far as I'm concerned, due to what we just listened to a second ago, tells me that, and even Nancy said that this lady seems like, she's did this innocently. And why would she put herself at risk and interfere with an investigation and put herself at risk of losing her freedom? Because this would be her pretty much tampering with evidence. She could be affecting this case in a way in a way she wouldn't even want to. And she could be looking at federal time for interfering with a federal investigation that's going on. So it's not something that I would suggest. And she seemed like she's she's somebody that's got a pretty good head over her shoulder. So I wouldn't consider her to be dumb enough to do something like this. I don't think the Marine Resources have an original, or excuse me, not original. I don't think that they have an actual channel. Do they? Oh no, it looks like they do, but they're not the ones who they didn't post it on their channel. It looks like this is them, and it's actually under MS Department of Marine Resources. But they haven't posted for 3 years. They had a meeting 13 days ago. It was about the Advisory Commission on Marine Resources. I don't know what that is. Other than that, I mean, they have posted, but they didn't necessarily post. It was live. So with that being said, the one that we could assume that's legitimate would be WLOX. But at this point, it just comes down to your own opinion based on what you believe, because this hasn't went before a judge. It hasn't been proven. But like somebody mentioned in the chat, this person is going to probably be a part of this case now, because she would have to go and take the stand at some point. Not only that, through taking the stand, she would have to be able to prove that this is, legitimate audio for it to actually be credible, for this to, be used in court. And like the gentleman mentioned on Nancy's show, I think that this person would need to take this a step further to prove it. And that could also be somebody coming forward and, you know, like a friend, and saying that this audio is legitimate, that did take place on the boat. And I think because, you know, these are kids, people don't want to see, I mean, no, this is a tragic situation. When somebody loses their life, we don't want to see somebody else lose their life and, you know, rot in jail for the rest of their life. You know, it's always a sad thing, right or wrong, you know, when two people lose their lives, meaning when someone takes somebody else's life and the other one does life in prison. But wrong is wrong and right is right, right? And it's important that they get to the bottom of this. And people are going to have no filter if we come to find out that these kids are responsible for this, or one of these kids. And if they are and somebody's lying, here's what's going to make me upset. Understanding the fact that I get it. You could cover up for a friend because you love and you respect your friends, and you know everybody enjoys their freedom, right? But what's at stake is, and I'm only assuming that if it's real, accessory to murder. So that's what's at stake. If, you know, somebody does know what happened here and nobody's coming forward and saying anything. Now, if they're telling the truth and it's not, then okay, a lot of people are going to look pretty stupid. A lot of people are going to be stupid, and then Tatum's probably going to be doing his dance on stream and telling everybody he tried to tell everybody. But he's one of the only few that are really riding with these boys. In this situation, I'm completely biased. You know, I'm not taking a side. Just a PSA, he has multiple handles, but the mods got this. Oh, somebody in the chat. Good point, though, Nina. And originally, that's what I thought, too. I don't know. Or I wondered upon the fact that it's probably an adult, which is crazy. So Nina says, I believe it's an adult juice, not the kids, but it is only an assumption if Nolan was murdered. Yeah, agreed. I don't know why that was the first thing that came to my mind when I first heard this story, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I guess this is one of Domsey's song. What about them trolls?
It's on YouTube Live. Sharing. Chatters on YouTube Live. Sharing their opinions, sharing their lives. Enjoying good conversation. We are laughing and chatting and having a good time. They slide to me just to stir the room. Drop a little poison and they run from the truth. Try to bait the crowd for a cheap little show, but the whole chat knows what they came here for. What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? We won't feed that noise. What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? We keep it moving on. Yeah. Chatters get angry and frustrated, want the trolls gone, but rage is a fire and they love when it burns long. Lonely and angry, no outlet, no control. Looking for a crack, trying to steal your soul. Chatters must rise above the nuisance and chaos. Hold the line, stay calm, don't let them bait us. Pray for the ones who only know the dark. Maybe one soft word can reach a broken heart. Chatters on YouTube Live, sharing their opinions, sharing their lives. We choose peace tonight. What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? Oh, we won't feed that noise. What about them trolls? What about them trolls? for them trolls. Pray for those who are lonely. Pray for those who are lost. What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? We won't feed that noise. What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? What about them trolls? We keep it moving on.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. I like that song. Good song. Good song. Okay, that's a good song. It's not bad. Not bad. I might have to just throw that one on when we're feeling like, we're being bothered by them trolls. You just turn it on and forget about them, right? My goodness. Very interesting. Somebody was saying to play something. Somebody was saying something about play an audio. Yeah, that song is on YouTube that she sent me, and it's called "What About Them Trolls?" ? Song. It's posted on Domc's channel. DOMC, like the ocean sea. Shouts Domc, by the way. All right, so this number has been calling back to back to back. I'm gonna shoot him a call back. Hopefully, it's not too late. It wasn't that long ago, so they shouldn't mind. I'll see what they were calling about here, since nobody's calling me anyways. I ain't gonna answer.
Hello. Please leave a message after the tone.
Hi, this is the Juice. I was just returning your call. I saw your call a couple times. I was in the middle of the stream, so I wasn't able to answer right away. Feel free to call me anytime. Have a good night. You left a message, I'm going to bed thinking about what about them trolls. What's up, Gina? DJ, did you send me another link to a, was this today? I think it was today.
All I'm saying. People want to point fingers at people. And they only want to point fingers with no proof. They just want to point fingers off of speculation and what they have heard.
Shout out Fugitive TV, though. Enjoy the channel. I watched a couple.
Some people are doing it because of race.
I watched a little bit of it last night.
Wow, that's what you get for being on the boat with the white people. I see people dying every day from being black on black crime. Matter of fact, I can show you 5 stories that happened right here where I'm at of unfortunate circumstances.
So I think the good thing about Fugitive, Fugitive's got a little bit of background. Fugitive actually, from what I've heard, Fugitive was on the run for 15 years. So he knows some things. He knows he knows some things too.
Of people dying by the hands of somebody the same color. So when it came to that, I didn't buy that, I'm not buying that. Okay. Now I'm not saying there's no foul play, but what I'm saying is, people, open up your eyes. There is more than 1 or 2 people involved with this who are questionable. I just read to you an official police report of a female that you can be like, hey, why did people say she was there? But when they questioned her, she said she was over here.
I watched this last night, DJ. I saw your link, and I watched a little bit of it last night. Good video, by the way. I encourage people to go watch it, too. Good insight from Fugitive TV surrounding the Nolan Wells case.
Nobody's talking about her, maybe because she wasn't put in our face by the media. Nobody's questioning why Javon didn't call the mom. I'm just saying, you guys let me know below. What do you think? Like I said, I'm here to show you just facts that I found, facts that I can obtain, facts that I have. which is hard because you have to dig through all the BS that's out here, especially on this case, okay? So comment below. Let me know what you think so far. And please go look at the full interviews on Officer Tatum's channel, all right? Go look at the full interviews on him, all right? Interview 4 might be up by the time this video's out. Palm Beach. So let's take a listen to this. Now, if we go back to this picture, we do see there is another boat that's right in between them. It's blurry, and you really can't make out what it says, but I'm guessing that's a P-A-L-M, Palm, B-E-A maybe, so maybe Palm Beach. I don't know. I'm just taking a wild guess, but you can see there's writing on this boat. The boat is white, all right, right in between them. As you see in my earlier video, I pretty much called this out, that in between, you can see Palm and probably Beach, all right? So this right here verifies that he was correct. One of the other boats is Palm Beach. So that boat behind them or on the side of them is part of the friends group. So it's not just one boat, there is a whole nother boat. And then you see the friend right here with the Michelob Light. And then you see Nolan right here with a High Noon, which looks like a pineapple flavor. Like I said, I have High Noons. I have them in my fridge. So far with the interview of what he's saying, it kind of aligns with, not kind of, it does. It aligns with everything that I've said and that I found out after doing my research on all of this.
Membership like guaranteed. I don't
All
have
right,
the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
I don't know. Like we're going down there.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir?
I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership like guaranteed. I don't
All
have
right,
the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at
Track them. Now, Patrol performed a search on the boats. So all this talk about we need a clear and transparent investigation. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say there's like no cover up. I can't guarantee you that. But what I can guarantee you is people have been cooperating. This right here shows it. And I have way more than this. Department of Marine Resources, Office of Marine Patrol, Statement of Property Owner.
You know, and just to stop them there, I think the fact that people are cooperating is the good news, but we've seen people in many cases cooperate and still turn out to be suspects, unfortunately. I lost my thought there. But because I had a video that I wanted to share, that's a pretty interesting video too here. Just real quick, but people are cooperating. We've heard that from day one, that people are not only cooperating, but people are talking. But that does not mean that, you know, people are innocent just because they're cooperating, you know. And rightfully so, the right thing to do would be to cooperate, right? I mean, it would make you suspicious if you weren't cooperative, right? So, I mean, the fact that everybody's cooperating is a plus for this case. One thing that does weigh over my mind that makes me a little bit suspicious, and I hate to even say this, but for me, I don't necessarily investigate everybody, but I do look in between the lines and I do look at other people. And the fact that I've been hearing that the mother hasn't been willing to speak to some of the kids that claim to be friends of Nolan's, or some of the family or parents that claim to have children that claim to be Nolan's friends. I don't understand the distance, and maybe her lawyer has asked her not to speak with them, so that could be why she's not speaking to the friends. But I have heard in many cases that the mother refuses to speak to some of these friends here. And as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, She's yet to speak to really anybody amongst the friends, but I don't know. But the thing that beats me is one of these guys got to be close to Nolan somewhat. One of these guys she has to be familiar with. But why isn't she willing to talk to any of them? You know, maybe if she does, it could contradict, you know, what she's pushing for. I don't know. So I don't know. That's a little weird to me. But I am not a lawyer. I'm not, you know, a part of this case. I can't tell you why, you know, that she's not really speaking to family members, but maybe some people would understand more than I do. But I think that could be helpful to her situation, but not in a sense of her feeling like she's being lied to, because not only has her son been betrayed, but she's being betrayed as a mother as well. So I would be pretty furious myself. And to be honest, I may not talk to the friends either if I felt like the mother did. And I truly feel like the mom really thinks that one of these kids are responsible for it. And if not one of these kids are responsible, like Nina in the chat was saying, one of the parents of these children are responsible for what took place here. It can only be one or the other, because she's not speaking to hardly anybody. And as far as from what I researched, she's not speaking to none of them. So that's my take on that. You know, I don't want to get too deep into that, but there's some tension for sure. And I get it. There have been friends that have bashed her, that have, you know, made her look like a complete fool. And like I said, this could definitely very much so do that in this situation. And it could also, you know, be some conflict. Not only that, I mean, it could definitely dismiss certain things when it comes to certain friends, because she could be questioned or answer questions that she's not intentionally trying to answer, that may line up with other things that have involvements when it comes to other friends. I don't know. I just find it odd that she's not talking to them. However, it's not my case. It's not my judgment to make. It's not, you know, I don't know why. And obviously they have good reason not to interact with people that seem to be close to Nolan. But again, it's not my take, so I can't really say. You know, all I can say is I find it odd, and we'll see how things play out. Assuming that, which I'm sure they know a lot more than we know.
Being interrogated to the full.
So I got a fairly interesting video here, and if you guys want to get back to the audio, I don't mind getting back to the audio here. But I have a fairly interesting video here. And I want to share it real quick. It's interesting. It's only about 9 minutes long. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, but considering it's a fairly short one, might as well.
I think that this is a good sequence of events that led to our brother Nolan Wells' death. Just check it out.
My take on the Nolan Wells case, Bart did it. Now, this is allegedly, but I believe that Bart did it. I believe that Bart had some type of relationship with Katie. Katie was obviously with Nolan. Bart had a jealous rage seeing a young black male with a white female. We know in states like Mississippi, I see it all the time in my community, where white guys get jealous to see black guys with white girls. I've seen it a million times, and people who deny this are flat out lying. I believe what happened was that Bart put Nolan in a chokehold, and he didn't realize his own strength, and Nolan did not wake up. Hence the reason why we hear in the background of the CITO call, we hear, "Damn it, Bart, Nolan, wake the fuck up. Is he dead?" All this.
This is a very good theory, by the way. And it lines up to everything he's saying. Right back.
Mississippi, I see it all the time in my community.
Sequence of events that led to our brother Nolan Wells' death. Just check it out.
My take on the Nolan Wells case, Bart did it. Now, this is allegedly, but I believe that Bart did it. I believe that Bart had some type of relationship with Katie. Katie was obviously with Nolan. Bart had a jealous rage seeing a young black male with a white female. We know in states like Mississippi, I see it all the time in my community, where white guys get jealous to see black guys with white girls. I've seen it a million times, and people who deny this are flat out lying. I believe what happened was that Bart put Nolan in a chokehold, and he didn't realize his own strength, and Nolan did not wake up. Hence the reason why we hear in the background of the CETO call, we hear, "Damn it, Bart, Nolan, wake the fuck up. Is he dead?" All this is allegedly now. Well, if he just accidentally killed him, then why wouldn't they bring him to the police? Because Bart has so much to lose. He was the star football player on his way to the NFL. A manslaughter charge, whether it's involuntary or voluntary or a negligent homicide, is not going to look well on his resume and would obviously disqualify him from his NFL career. Because of his football stardom, and apparently he has a family with the same pedigree, he has clout around town enough to get people to remain silent, enough to help construct an alibi, and also put the fear of God in these kids. Tell them that you're also going to be implicated in this, and we're all going to go down. We're all going to be arrested. Also, why they tried to place Bart not at the scene initially. Now, they went on a speaking tour. Warren did the most talking, and listening to him talk with Officer Tatum, he almost did too much talking and told on the crew. Warren says that when they got the boat back, that he went upstairs to talk to the father of one of the kids rather than hanging out with everybody downstairs. He says that they were talking about boats up there. Now, why would you even bring this up? Like, why would this even be a part of the story if it was such an innocuous thing that you were just going upstairs to randomly talk to a father about boats? The reality is because they weren't talking about boats. They were constructing an alibi and a cover story. And when they came downstairs, it was automatically like, oh, what happened to Nolan? Where is Nolan? Has anybody seen Nolan? Let's call the Coast Guard. Why would they call CETO? Why would they call the Coast Guard? Because it creates a timeline. It creates like a paper trail of where they could have been anywhere but with Nolan. Also, why would you call the Coast Guard if you truly believe that Nolan just was behind with the girl Katie? Even if Katie had came back at that point, why wouldn't you think he's off with some other girl or doing something else? Why would you think something nefarious happened? Why? Because you had his phone and you knew that something nefarious happened. Again, this is allegedly. Let's smoke them out. What doesn't come out in the wash always comes out in the rinse. My take.
And just like Elliot Connie said, what removes curiosity is certainty. And allegedly, from what he is saying, is the time between Nolan's disappearance and the time that they called the Coast Guard was when they were hatching this elaborate plan to make sure everybody stayed quiet. And according to him,
Marissa says, just can you put something together with pictures of faces with names? It? You mean like of the kids that were on the boat?
Protect Bart. And he actually admitted what a lot of people do not like to admit, that even though it's 2026, white guys, he admits that he's seen it 1,000 times, get jealous when they see black men with white women. Now, everybody knows the story that it is alleged that Bart supposedly was dating Katie. And when he saw Nolan, which everybody says was hanging out with Katie, was cradling Katie, was hollering at Katie, and she was probably all goose-eyed and butterflies in her stomach to be.
Okay, I could try to put that together. I don't know if I'd be able to get that done tonight, but I could definitely put that together. That'd be a good idea.
Supported by the big man around town. Now, it is said once again, Bart was on the verge or is on the verge of being an NFL player, which he also has a lot of clout and he has a lot of pull around town. And according to what he just said, that there was some altercation and there was something that caused a jealous rage. And so with the explanation of, you know, the CETO call, which nobody can explain, as well as why did they call the Coast Guard or they reported Nolan missing when, once again, they had no reason to suspect that he was missing. So it's sort of like, you know, the Jedi mind trick where, okay, well, if we call the Coast Guard or if we show concern about him missing, nobody will ever suspect us. But that is much further from the truth, because nobody can once again explain how Nolan just went missing, even if he stayed after with Katie. Now, allegedly, there is some information that is coming out on some more channels about an alleged fourth boat. Now, we haven't even dug into the third boat, because if you remember, Warren said, well, yeah, the such and such had already left. Like, they had already gone. He instantly put them out of the situation when their boat was sinking. And the question is, why did they leave so fast? And so there's a lot of moving parts to the story, but I like, once again, to bring Caucasian people in to the story to express, once again, their suspicions about this case. Because when we do it, we got people like, I believe it was Ryan Pryor, who said, well, those worthless blacks are just talking. You know, we get that racism spewing out. So here we have, once again, a Caucasian.
So for some of these guys, there's really not a whole lot of photos, not to mention several of these kids have taken down their Facebooks to keep the public from being able to dig up photos of them. There's really no like direct photos of a lot of these people, but however, I'm pretty sure I could dig up all these photos of most of these people that have possibilities of involvement, which would be a good idea for for covering the case to point out. And I like to, when I do share information, I kind of do like to bring the picture up of the people that we're talking about. And I've kind of failed to do that on this one. So thanks for reminding me by asking me to do that. I'll definitely make sure I put something together the next time we cover the Nolan Wells case. And Bart is one of them. There's not many pictures of Bart. When you look up Bart, it just kind of shows a picture of Nolan Wells and Bart. And he went to a different school than Nolan. He went to Wyoming. And apparently he's got a really bright future ahead of him. So I think that this guy that shared this theory has a very good theory, because this could be a cover-up in that sense, because who wouldn't want to see their son have a very great career if they have the NFL looking at them, or they have a big chance of making it to the NFL. And if Bart is responsible for this, this is exactly what this could possibly be. And who would want to be a part of ruining his career? And you know how much that means. If you've been a kid, we've all been a kid, but if you've been a kid in a situation where you have big goals in your life, and especially if when it comes to goals like going to the NFL, going to the NBA, how big and how huge that is to you. Not only that, we've seen many cases where there have been kids that were going to go to the NBA. I think this guy's name was Michael. I can't remember his full name. I think it was Michael. But there's been many situations like this where, and a lot of times these kids are able, well, not a lot, but I've seen in many cases where these guys have been successful in beating these cases to continue their careers. And it's almost like sometimes these things are more important than the loss of somebody that the person should be responsible for, which is crazy. But this could be very much so what this is when it comes to Bart. I mean, they've covered his name up for as long as they could. And then when we heard that audio, things changed. Things changed a lot. I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know. But it is very much so possible, for sure. I was trying to remember the kid's name. Mikey Williams. That is the kid's name. And he is a kid that had a very, very bright future ahead of him. I mean, I still think he has a chance. And he was supposed to go to the NBA. And he was a very good basketball player. I mean, he actually still is. He's a very good basketball player. But he was charged in 2023 for shooting at his home. And he faced multiple felony gun charges. You know, obviously he didn't kill anybody, I don't think, but he avoided prison after taking a plea deal. His felony was reduced to a misdemeanor, and he received probation. And he is now allowed to, you know, continue his basketball career. But I mean, this definitely held him back for some time. And I wish him the best. I hope he actually goes to the NBA because he's very good. He's got a bright future ahead of him. But I mean, just for example, I mean, this type of stuff that occurs when it comes to these athletes that are, you know, that have really bright careers ahead of them, this is what normally happens. It just goes to show it's very important to these kids. And when it's a kid involved, people have more empathy for these kids and they want them to have bright futures. But this is the kid right here. I mean, he was very, very, very good basketball player. Still has an opportunity. He was able to take a plea, beat his case for the most part, but I think it lessened his opportunity due to what was going on. And to be quite honest, a lot of times when you have situations and you're in situations like these, you know, the NFL, the NBA, they lose interest. And then it becomes very difficult for you to get to that level because they don't want what you come with. So, I mean, this could be that. This could definitely very much so be that. That was probably the best theory I've heard, to be quite honest. Most certainly best theory I've heard for sure. Not saying he's right, but I mean, it was a good theory for sure. I was also thinking the football side of things, was hoping there wasn't jealousy or feeling of being inferior to Nolan in football. You never know. That was jealousy, and drinking can turn into. Yeah, I agree. And then, you know, just on another note too, I don't really see the jealousy side of it because real quick, I'll add that you would be surprised the dumbest things people would fight over to get themselves in trouble and risk their careers. I personally just don't see the jealousy side of things, only simply because I think these boys are smart enough to knowing that they have a big career ahead of themselves, there's more opportunity that could come their way. Not just the career itself, but, you know, women in general. So if you can tell yourself that and, you know, convince yourself those things will come with the opportunity that you have, then I think that you should be able to move forward and not be jealous of some girl that your friend may or may not be with for the rest of his life. Now, I did want to bring this to you guys' attention real quick too, because we didn't get a chance to bring this up at all. And let me refresh this so I can make sure this is all updated so we can see this here. This is an interesting one, and I should have brought this up earlier. So Warren has raised over $100,000, guys. The initial goal was already $100,000, folks. They have edited the goal up to $200,000 now. To each their own. I'm happy for them. I hope they reach their goal, which I'm sure they are, because this goal was fairly reached quick to $100,000 on the Gibson Go. I believe this is Warren, and this was created by Benjamin Hudson, which is crazy. As of Nolan, they have raised $804,000. The initial goal that they had originally, I remember, trust me, It was $750,000. They have upped their goal $100,000 more dollars, which I don't know why they need all of this money because they've already had everything paid for. But to each their own, and no money in this world can make up for the loss of their son. So I hope they become millionaires off of this, and I hope they raise even beyond their goal. However, I still don't get it. I mean, look at this, $100,000, man. People donated money. My goodness. Jesus Christ. It's insane. I don't even know what to do with that kind of money. So originally I thought that they reached their goal and there was no longer a goal anymore and they were thanking everybody, but apparently they want more money. They want more money too. They're trying to get the most money out of this as possible. And I guess that's them. I mean, I can't say there's a certain amount that they should be trying to reach. I know that Benjamin Crump does not cost $800 million or, $800,000 to $1 million. I know he doesn't cost that much money. So that's just insane. Nonetheless, we got these guys over here who have started a Give, Send, Go as well. And I don't know if this is for all of the boys or it's simply just for Warren. But I believe his father's already offered $50,000, so I don't know why they would need the money if this is actually for Warren or whoever it's for. I thought it was for Warren, but I guess we should read so we're not giving the wrong information out there. Let's read. Let's read real quick. It says, on Independence Day weekend 2026, lives were changed forever. When a group of friends lost their best friend, Nolan Wells, no family should have endured the pain of losing a son, and no friend should have grieved the loss of a brother. But instead of being allowed to mourn, what followed was unprecedented online campaign of accusations, harassment, threats, and defamation. Since Nolan's death, Warren Hudson, Jax, Patalo, Morgan, Seymour, if I said that right, and many others have been inundated with death threats, if I said that right either. Threats of violence, defamation. They have been falsely and wrongly blamed by individuals online and in the media of either directly or indirectly having a hand in Nolan's death. Most of them could not even attend their own friend's funeral. And that's sad. Why? Because race baiters sent a deranged army after them online in the name of justice. Since the beginning of the investigation, these young men have cooperated with authorities, turned over all the information they had, and provided an overwhelming number of witnesses accounting for their whereabouts. Some of them even resorted to speaking up publicly to defend themselves against baseless allegations. But unfortunately, it has become clear that truth doesn't matter. Countless large voices across social media declared them guilty of crimes they could not have committed and have never been charged with, it says. Their names, faces, and personal information were spread across the internet. They and their families have received thousands of hateful messages, death threats, and calls for violence. They have been threatened online and in person countless times. There have been bomb threats, packages sent. Wow. Incredible threats of which arrests have been made. Parents have feared for their children's safety. Lives have been turned upside down, and some have had to go into hiding. Says Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and usual suspects of social media personalities, national news media, and local, it says, I don't even know how to pronounce that. Provocateurs, I don't know how to pronounce that, continues to invent and spread false narratives and lies with no accountability. I can't read. This is the typical tactic of Ben Crump and the like. They come to communities like Gulf Coast under the what? The geese? The goose? I don't know what the heck that says. Goose of seeking justice, or whatever it says. But it has become painfully clear that their version of justice is steering vision, running lives, and then leaving them the money is dried up, or leaving them when the money is dried up. Excuse me. We have seen this same pattern time and time again. Most recently, during the Carmelo Anthony trial, no matter what anyone believes about an ongoing investigation, our legal system exists for a reason, it says. Evidence belongs in the hands of law enforcement, the courts, and not in online mob campaigns fueled by rumors. Edited clips, edited audio, speculation, misinformation. This must stop. This fund is created for the sole purpose of fighting these individuals. Our goal is simple and twofold. Our first goal is to raise money to defend these friends against incoming wrongful death actions filed by attorney Ben Crump and his team. Our second goal is to fund a robust legal team to sue. Wow. So to sue for the litany of slander and libel being spread by not only Crump, but also many social media influencers, news outlets, and local provocators who know better. The litigation becomes necessary. This fund will help provide the financial support needed to investigate claims, retain legal counsel, preserve evidence, and hold accountable those who cross the line from expressing opinions and conduct the law may recognize as actionable in any jurisdiction we can find them. Interesting. This is not about silencing legitimate decision or respectable disagreement. People are free to ask questions and express opinions. This is about drawing a line against defamation, targeted harassment, threats of violence, doxing, and defamation, and coordinated campaign that destroy lives before the facts are known. We know the risk for some of you may feel outwardly supporting Warren, Jax Morgan, and others. We understand better than anyone the threats you face. We know that although you know the truth, publicity. It says publicly supporting these young men may cause social discomfort or cancellation. And it goes on to say, but we also know that you're tired. We also know that you're tired. You're tired of the lies. You're tired of the hate and division. You're tired of judgment before all the facts come out. You're tired of seeing these dividers get away with it time and time again and feeling no powerless or voiceless to stop it. But this is it. This is the moment. The cause that can help make a difference. The difference just in these boys' lives. But as a message, they were all tired of the grift. Your donation says enough is enough. Your donation says that the time of exploiting a tragedy under the guise or whatever that says of justice and leaving a community in ruin after squeezing as much money out of it as possible is over. Whew! Nolan deserves dignity, not this. Let me run that back. Your donation says that the time of exploiting a tragedy, and I believe it says under how do y'all pronounce that? Guise of justice or I don't know how you pronounce that name. And leaving a community in ruins. And I know they meant this with some anger. So we got to say it with anger. In ruins after squeezing as much money out of it as possible. It's over. So although we ask humbly for support to stop this insult of lies and defamation. We also ask as much passion as we can muster because we are tired. We too are heavy laden. But right is right and wrong is wrong. If you believe in the truth, due process, and holding people accountable through the rule of law and not through internet mobs, we ask for your support. Thank you. I kind of felt that one. It was pretty long, but I felt every word. And whoever this is, as a lawyer or whoever, I mean, it sounds like this is I think this is Warren's father who is raising money for these boys. And the fundraiser funds will be received by Taylor and Cox Law Firm, PA. Powerful message. Felt it. Makes you wonder if those boys are really innocent. Sounds like it. We disconnected there for a second. But people forget, you know, when you're on a football team, those are your brothers. You know what I mean? Those boys are family. You know, they protect one another in right or wrong situations, whether you're guilty or not guilty. That's what people have to understand here. These boys are going to look out for each other. And that's another thing where Tatum comes into play. Tatum is a former football player. So when you put Tatum into this situation, Tatum fits their shoes perfectly, because I think Tatum also reminisces on the times that he had as a young man when he had that childhood memory. You know what I mean? He's had that same childhood memory. And I think he's kind of reminiscing and living it through these boys. And I think that's what also, you know, provokes him to, you know, take up for these boys. Not just the fact that he believes that they're innocent. And, you know, I just think that that's, you know, something that you could consider, you know, why Tatum relates to these boys and their situation right now. So keep that in mind. I mean, that's, you know, and I respect it. You know, I'm not mad at, you know, what Tatum is doing. I'm not mad at the fact that they stand on what they believe. I appreciate it.
All right, folks,
there are situations like these that turn out to be accidents. And if it is, I think they deserve another chance for sure. But I think this is a lesson learned to teach these young boys responsibility. Leave who you came with. Never leave a friend behind, especially under the influence of alcohol. And I understand that you can't forcefully make somebody leave, but don't leave until he's ready then. You stay on that island with him next time. And before you leave, make sure y'all make that agreement that everybody leaves together. And if nobody can come to those terms and agreements amongst themselves, then you take an adult with you so they can make that decision for everybody on that boat. 18 or not, you're still a child at 18. I don't consider my child to be a full-grown adult until she's 21. And to be quite fair, really 25, because you really can't you still are, you know, you still can't do certain things in life until you're 25. People were probably like, what can't you do? Well, one of them is like renting a car, you know, so certain things you can't do until you're of a certain age, you know. And I don't know if that's changed, but when I was a kid, you couldn't even rent a car unless you were 25. And most kids, to be honest, are not really out of their house unless they're off to college. And that's not very many kids. Not all, a majority of kids do not go to college. And even then, to conserve or save money, depending on where you go to school, you're still living with your parents until school is done. And that's depending on what you're going to school for. And I can honestly say a lot of kids don't even make it through college.